Tonight is hopefully the beginning of something special here at the Canadian Motorsports Network. A projected 25 drivers will take to the South Boston Speedway for a 250-lap race of attrition and patience, where one driver will be crowned the first ever short track special event champion in Canadian E-Motorsports Network history. Good evening, folks, and welcome aboard another live production of the Canadian Motorsports Network Special Events League here on iRacing. We are at South Boston Speedway for something that we at the network never thought in 4 years of running this would get to such high levels, but here we are. Welcome, everyone, to the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. After a month of preparation and anticipation, we are finally here to make history here at the Canadian Motorsports Network. We greatly appreciate Oyster Bed Speedway for hopping on as the title sponsor. The Oyster Bed Bridge Bull Ring will be concluding its 2023 racing season this Saturday night at 6 p.m. with 3 championship finales and the prestigious Piston Cup 100 for the street stock. So if you're an island resident watching tonight's event, you cannot miss one last Saturday night showdown. And I can already tell by some people in the chat here so far, you will be looking forward to that event. But of course, before we get to this Saturday night, we have some virtual racing to get done here at South Boston Speedway here in the Canadian E-Motorsports Network. And now we will shift over here to hopefully this works. Yes, here we are in the broadcast booth. Hello, everybody, and welcome here at Virtual South Boston. I was originally thinking I was going to be a little bit lonely here, but I'll introduce myself first of all. Name's Regan McCauley here from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. I am the voice of the Canadian Motorsports Network. I am also the social media guy for Oyster Bed Speedway, and I also work with the Super Late Model Series with content creation and camera operating as well. And you perhaps could go ahead and thank me for the Oyster Bed Speedway title sponsorship, but we're going to try and stay humble and professional here as much as possible. And again, as I said, I originally thought I was going to be lonely here tonight, but no, I have someone special here with me, and to introduce him from the Super Late Model Series, he is the main media and communications and marketing, all the above guy that has done an absolutely terrific job in giving energy here to the Maritimes here, and really doing a fantastic job with the Super Late Model Series. It's Denver Matchett from New Brunswick. Denver, Super Late Model Series buddy, how are you doing here tonight? How does it feel to be with me for this special event?
Well, Regan, that was quite the introduction. I appreciate that, and I am really looking forward to tonight, the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. It's going to be a big night. The entry list has been kind of released for a while, and you look at the names on it, it's got to catch your eye. We mentioned the Super Late Model Series. We mentioned the Maritime Pro Stock Tour, Oyster Bed Speedway, and beyond, plus some of the stars right here on the Canadian E-Motorsports Network. It's going to be a big night. This is a big race. And I mean, we're fresh off Pro Stock 250 at Speedway 660 a few weeks ago. That set the bar pretty high. We're going to see how it can maybe raise that here tonight. And one of the drivers that was in that race nearly won it, Ryan Messer, maybe looking for a little bit of redemption.
Oh, absolutely, especially here on the virtual side. But yes, it's hard to believe here in the network's 4th year of operation, the second for me personally, we finally reached a point where we can say we are holding an event with some big names in the racing industry here in Atlantic, Canada. After 4 seasons of NASCAR, 4 seasons of Formula One between the regular series and the All-Stars series, one of the Dart American Open Wheel Series as well, and one special events league race that we had back at the Daytona Road Course a couple months ago. We may very well have reached the peak of Mount Everest with our biggest event yet coming up here just in a little bit tonight. So 250 laps at the track, we would say closest to the length of the real-life Oyster Bed Speedway, our own version of the IWK 250, and maybe some tidbits as well of the Snowball Derby. And it doesn't get any better than that, as we have an incredibly competitive roster ready to put on a show at South Boston Speedway here tonight, the virtual South Boston Speedway. 25 drivers are projected to compete tonight. No guarantee of exactly 25. We are still monitoring the server to see who has officially showed up, and by the looks of it, it's looking like all 25 are here. The original complete field had 26, but we will get to what's up with that in a little bit. So before we take a deep dive into the full roster for tonight's event, we must take the time to discuss a recent tragedy, as former co-track owner Bill Kinney was in the stock car region for as far as into the 1970s, including as a late model car owner alongside current co-track co-owner Gary Ford in the mid-90s. One of the drivers he gave an opportunity to was current co-track owner Robbie McLean in the late 90s and early 2000s. Kinney, Ford, McLean, and Chris Hux, I believe that's how you say his name, purchased Oyster Bed Speedway in 2010, and Kinney became an even more beloved member of the Oyster Bed Speedway family, experiencing many laughs and having people's backs to improving the careers of numerous drivers and committing to keep the track open during the COVID-19 pandemic. Kinney retired after the 2021 season and handed his keys to Chris Fournier. Kinney was also a huge asset to the hockey and horse racing communities, including being involved in the effort to keep Major Junior Hockey in Charlottetown, aka the Charlottetown Islanders. This past Sunday, on September 17th, Kinney peacefully passed away. Tonight's event and the 2023 season finale this Saturday will be in memory of his incredible efforts and duties as a member of the Oyster Bed Speedway community. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Janet and the entire family at this time. Bill Kinney was 69 years old. And so with all that being said, we'll now take a look at the complete field for tonight's event. Check out the stars who intend to go for the first ever Oyster Bed Speedway 250 crown. In loyalty to the Canadian Motorsports Network, and knowing many viewers here tonight may not recognize some names, I will start with some of the network's regular competitors going here in numerical order. Starting off with the number 7 of Andy Hurdle, joining us from Daytona, Ohio, with experiences such as multiple open wheel points results in the top 5, the inaugural Indianapolis 250 Championship in 2022, and 10th place in the 2023 NASCAR Series points, the recent season that just happened. Jason Butler joins us from London, Ontario in the number 10 with experiences such as finishing 3rd in F1 points twice, holding 5 Formula 1 wins, and finishing 13th place in the 2023 NASCAR Series points. Jared Ireland joins us from Eudora, Kansas in the number 13, running in his second year in the Canadian Motorsports Network. His experience includes the second Indy 250 Championship in 2022, finishing 5th in the 2022 Formula 1 points, and finishing 2nd in 2023 NASCAR points with 3 wins. Ireland will be considered a rookie tonight, as this will be his first stock car short track race, or I guess, late model short track race, whatever it is. Yeah, I think I may have made a mistake there, but anyways. And who else but this name may be recognizable to many? Corbin McCauley from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island in the number 17, quote-unquote, stolen from someone in the field in particular. We'll get to that maybe later, but anyways, McCauley has been here in the network since the very beginning with a career total of 15 NASCAR Series wins and a best points finish of 2nd in 2020. He just finished 4th in 2023 points with 8 wins and is also a 2020 Formula 1 champion. McCauley will more than likely be the top contender for the win out of all regular network competitors, considering his decade-long experience on iRacing. Darcy Ford joins us from Harrington, PEI in the number 64 as the 2021 NASCAR champion, the 2022 Formula 1 Series and Formula 1 All-Star Series champion. He absolutely dominated that year on the Formula 1 side. And the 2023 Formula 1 All-Star Series championship as well, and he finished runner-up in the 2022 Dart points. His open wheel success in the network is insane, while his oval success has dwindled in recent years, but you cannot count him out, as his progression on iRacing in Season 4 of NASCAR this year was very noticeable. You have the Cudmore brothers in the network owner and founder Daniel Cudmore in the number 73, also known as the 2021 Formula 1 Series champion, and Darcy Cudmore in the number 75, who has experience in all 3 network leagues. Both of those guys are running throwback schemes to a driver that they really have followed throughout their lives, and I believe it's Jeff Boyle, that would be the name, so they're running some throwback schemes that guy ran back in the day. I believe it was at Oyster Bed. I don't know. I don't recall for sure, but it's something in racing. Ty Higginbottom joins us from Arden, North Carolina in the number 97 as the 2022 NASCAR Series champion. He also has 8 career NASCAR Series wins, and he placed runner-up in the 2023 Formula 1 All-Star Series points with 3 wins. And finally, to wrap up the regular Canadian Motorsports Network competitors, we have Mark Cox from Cornwall, Prince Edward Island in the number 98, who has primarily raced on the NASCAR side, grabbing a couple of podium finishes during the recent 2023 season, and he was also a former color commentator for the NASCAR Series. And now that you know about the Canadian Motorsports Network stars, how about we dive into some of these celebrity names who were kind enough to join us and put themselves into the virtual spotlight. Beginning with the Maritime League of Legends Tour driver Caden Tufts in the number 00 from Halifax, Nova Scotia. 2 Legends wins at Oyster Bed Speedway this year, 1 in the House Division, 1 in the Tour. He's also a 2-time Mike Stevens Memorial winner, a Tim's Corner Bandolero Blast champion, and the 2022 Tim's Corner Motorsports Bandolero September Shootout champion. Wow, that was a mouthful. I do wonder if Tim Terry might be in the audience possibly here tonight. We'll have to wait and see on that. He is without a doubt, at least Tufts is without a doubt, a rising star in the Maritimes. Up next is the number 01 of Troy Burke, who every racing fan from PEI knows throughout the past decade or however long it may be. From Sherwood, the 2-time Oyster Bed Speedway Pro Stock champion also has 30-plus feature wins, plus plenty of experience in the East Coast International Pro Stock Tour. He is currently 5th in the Super Late Model Series points with 1 top 5 and 3 top 10 finishes. Another Super Late Model Series driver joins us in Ryan Messer, the Harvey, New Brunswick driver of the fabulous-looking number 1 car, which, yes, he is running his real-life Super Late Model scheme here on the Late Model Stocks, which, by the way, yes, that's the type of car we are running. It's the Late Model Stocks, as you see in America. He was the winner of the first ever Super Late Model Series race in history back in May at Speedway 660. He's also got 10-plus feature wins there, including the 2018 Pro Stock 250, and he currently sits 3rd in Super Late Model Series points. Sean Pierce joins us in the number 21 car from Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, with experience from the Pro Stock Tour and the Maritime All-Star Sportsman Series. He earned a Best Pro Stock Tour points finish at 10th in 2017 and has won Sportsman Series feature victory. Tyler Doucette is the first current Oyster Bed Speedway driver on the full roster. The new London driver, the number 24, won the 2022 Mini Stock Champion, or we'll say For Fun Champion. We know how the names go around with the divisions here in the region. And he's now a regular street stock competitor with 1 semi-race victory this season. And this next driver might be a popular one with some, and I always love talking about this guy, Denver. I'm sure you'll probably be the same. It's the Camry Kid, Brent Roy from Fredericton, New Brunswick, the 2017 Speedway 660 Pro Stock champion. That's correct, Denver, right?
Actually, a 2-time champion, Regan, in the Remax East Coast Elite Realty Pro Stock Division 2017 and then again in 2019.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So he's got 2 of them, 17 and 19. I knew about 17, didn't know for sure about any other ones, but thank you very much, Denver. That's why I'm happy to have you here. But he's now the race director for Speedway 660 and also the Super Late Model Series, and he goes by the Camry Kid nickname, whether it's in one-offs, across the Maritimes, or in the iRacing leagues that he regularly competes in. And fun fact, he'll be running Stuart Friesen's 2023 Speed Weekend 250 scheme in tonight's race. We return to another rising star in the region, Summerside's Tanton Wooldridge. The regular Maritime League of Legends Tour driver is also running the Super Late Model Series and the Pro Stock Tour in the flashy number 28 Trevor Lamb racing car. And he's got 5 total Legends wins this year at Oyster Bed Speedway. Travis Roma joins us as one of 2 drivers from West Chesapeake, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, in Nova Scotia, and is a former regular sportsman competitor at Scotia Speed World. He finished 3rd in House Division points twice and was very successful in the mid to late 2010s. Ryan Myers joins us from Miss Couch PEI as a former Oyster Bed Speedway driver and also as the son of mini stock, hobby stock, and street stock driver Ricky Myers. Ryan has proven successful in iRacing with multiple Legends championships. Scott Niggas is another West Chesapeake resident with experience at Scotia Speed World, who, like Roma, has experience in several iRacing leagues. Ricky Arbo is the second Fredericton driver on the roster with street stock experience at Speedway 660. He is also the champion of the 2020 iRacing Speedway 660 National 125. And again, knowing Arbo is a 660 driver, Denver, would you have any knowledge of him possibly?
Oh, Regan, give you some background on Ricky. He's formerly an Atlantic Modified Tour driver as well. He has a couple starts, I think, in just about everything. He's kind of stepped away from the driver's seat in recent years, but he also, Regan, has played on the other side of the fence. He actually was on the hill in turn number 3 for the Speed Weekend here a few weeks ago as the, I guess, the infield flag guy, lining the guys up, getting the orders right. So Ricky's very well known across New Brunswick and at Speedway 660. A very successful iRacing driver, and he will certainly have lots of fans tuning in tonight.
Absolutely. And then we have another driver that many fans may be tuning in for. It's Ricky Miller. The 2018 Oyster Bed Speedway mini stock champion from Alberton loves to give his peers a good laugh, whether it's with a certain form of humor or with twisted tea, and is currently en route to his first ever Oyster Bed Speedway Outlaw 4-Cylinder Championship this Saturday. Chris Bingley from Stratford is Oyster Bed Speedway's race director and has been for several years. Also carries experience on iRacing, including some attempts in Tim's Corner iRacing events. And then we return to Super Late Model Series territory with Kenny McKenzie Jr. from Salisbury, New Brunswick. Multi-time Petty International Raceway champion, particularly in sportsmen's, a two-time Mike Stevens Memorial Sportsman champion, over a dozen street stock and sportsman feature victories, and multiple Most Popular Driver awards. He is eyeing the SLMS Rookie of the Year award in an intense battle with Hudson Weston and Ryan Rains. Then you see Danny Chisholm, who was hoping to run tonight's race, but he's been pulled back by something personal, so unfortunately he will not be running with us. Very sad knowing his racing resume across the Maritime League of Legends Tour, multiple Legends Championships in the United States. He's won at Scotia Speed World. He's won Scotia Championships multiple times, and he's an East Coast International Pro Stock Tour rookie this year. And we're just going to keep hitting you with big names, but back to ones that are actually participating. This one is even racing the NASCAR Pinty Series, the highest level of stock car racing in Canada. Halifax's DJ Casey joins this luxurious field, most memorable for a wild year in 2015, including a Pinty Series start at Riverside, where he finished 11th, an IWK 250 runner-up finish, and being the Pro Stock Tour Rookie of the Year. He was also a successful sportsman and bandolero driver during his racing tenure. And to wrap it all off, because we don't have a whole lot of time, Dave Horton is another Charlottetown resident who was an Oyster Bed Speedway mini stock and outlaw driver back in the mid to late 2010s, earning the 2011 mini stock Rookie of the Year award and finishing third in 2013 outlaw points, plus earning 2 awards. He's very active on iRacing and has competed in Tim's Corner iRacing events. And that does it for this complete field for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. 25 drivers with all the diversity and parity in the world when it comes to racing experiences. Tufts, Wooldridge, and Chisholm, Tufts and Wooldridge, are just some of the young phenoms from the Legends scene who are incredibly talented on the virtual side. Burke, Messer, Pierce, Roy, McKenzie Jr., and Casey bring in plenty of local track and regional tour success. Doucette and Miller represent the title sponsor proud as local champions and favorites. And then you got all the Canadian Motorsports Network superstars who look to accept quite a challenge ahead of them. And very quickly, we will head into the event format for how tonight's going to go. Qualifying is starting basically right now with each car getting 2 laps in a single car format. We have randomly drawn the qualifying order, which will no doubt make things interesting, and each best single lap time will settle the heat race lineups. Minutes after, we head to the heat races to decide the OBS 250 official starting lineup. 8 or 9 drivers in each of 3 heats at lengths of 15 laps. Caution laps do not count, and each heat has a 20-minute timeline. And then, of course, you have the feature, which will be an agonizing but thrilling 250 laps around the tight virtual South Boston Speedway. And to put it bluntly, these drivers will be tested to the boiling point with attrition, patience, and survival. Whether it's a crash or a speeding penalty, mistakes cannot happen. We say 250 laps is long, but this race could very well fly by in a matter of time. Caution laps will not count. Halfway break will occur. For 5 minutes, drivers can make repairs to their cars and make decisions with their 2 extra sets of tires. Some drivers will look to stretch them. Others may play safe. There are plenty of names who come to mind right off the bat as immediate contenders, but this race could treat a driver like the Daytona 500, where they truly shine in the spotlight for the very first time and garner attention, whether in the virtual or real world. And there's one thing for sure, the Canadian Motorsports Network's regular competitors will look to do just that in particular. And now we finally head to the track right here, where hopefully qualifying will be getting underway here. So Jared Ireland will be starting out of all the 25 cars here qualifying. Again, the Rookie of the Year for the 2023 NASCAR Series will be starting up front. Actually, you know what? Might as well, Denver, after everything I just said there, what are your overall thoughts?
Oh, Regan, I am very excited for this race. We have a stacked field, and Regan, such a diverse mix of drivers. You have iRacing regulars and standouts versus super late model series and Maritime League of Legends standouts. You got to wonder if that real life experience in some of those 250s might come as a benefit here tonight. But we have such a unique format, like you said. They have the option to take different sets of tires throughout the course of the race, and you take the halfway break. There's a lot that can go on, and having no caution laps really is going to play into the strategy too, and allow drivers to kind of pit when they want, make adjustments without risking losing a lap, as Jared Ireland rolls onto the speedway, the first to take time.
Indeed, Jared Ireland will be the first to roll. And as you can see, we have these very special tickers here that we began using in Season 4 of the NASCAR Series, this recent one here in 2023. You can thank Corbin McCauley for that. He spent like 2 to 3 months creating these incredible graphics here that, have a relationship with iRacing. It's how the software works, so we greatly appreciate that the efforts that he put in, and he has continuously tried to improve them as much as possible every single time. And here's Jared Ireland completing his 2 laps here, and he will get a 15.024 to begin the qualifying. And so we will see here who will be the second driver to go up. As a matter of fact, I should probably pull up what the actual qualifying order is here, just so I know who the heck to go to here. There we go. That's a lot better. And there we go. There's the number 71 of Ricky Miller, the 2018 Oyster Bed Speedway Mini Stock Champion, will go up next here. The first of all the big celebrity names here in the field to compete. Ireland was the first one from the Canadian Motorsports Network competitors, as Miller gets very loose off of turn 2 right there. He'll get a 15.37, or no, it looks to be an 80 actually, so he'll look to improve his time this time around here, as he was once again very loose coming at a turn 2 right there, so we'll see how he does coming around the final corner. Will he beat Ireland's time? Looks like he will not. So that was a worse time than it was on the first one, so Miller will end up with a 15.380. Jared Ireland will remain at the front. And so next up we have the number 73 RCA car, also sponsoring, I believe it's video something there on the side of the car. I can't read it perfectly. Cudmore Design is also on there as well, but this is the number 73, Daniel Cudmore. And if you're wondering why it says Dan Cudmore, it's a ticker situation, knowing that we have 2 D Cudmores in the field. So if you were ever confused about that, then there's your explanation. So far, look at the broadcast here so far. Denver, we have almost 100 people watching this thing.
And we're just getting started, Regan. That's an awesome turnout. This is a big event, and the fans are turning out to watch as we continue to see Cudmore come around turn 3 and 4. Very loose sideways. He's going to loop it.
He loops the car around. Not ideal for the network, the Canadian Motorsports Network owner and founder. So he's going to end up with a 15.666, the damn devil's number. So he's not able to complete his second lap. Unfortunately, he fell just a couple feet short there around the restart zone. And so with that, he will place third out of the 3 cars that have run so far, and then next up here on the list should be the number 38 of Travis Roma.
Regan, we're seeing so far early in time trials, turn 4 seems to be a potential trouble spot for these drivers. We saw Cudmore and Miller both evil loose off of 4. Cudmore went around. That'll be interesting to watch as the night goes on.
Indeed, so the track is going to be absolutely slick here in the time trials, which will make it very interesting for how everyone places each other into their heat race starting positions, of course, because again, the reminder is there. We still have heat races that we have to do to sell the line. Now, this is just pretty much time trials. It's like the IWK 250, except we're taking up the top 10 hat draw and then the top 10 dash, just all the little complex stuff that the 250 added in. And would you look at that? Travis Roma jumps to the top of this first lap with a 14.9. He's the first driver to go into the 14, or I believe it'd be higher seconds there category. And on his second lap, he's going to get a 14.952, so he will have his first lap be the fast one, and that's what matters the most, because he's now at the top of the board over Ireland, Miller, and Daniel Cudmore.
A very fast lap, Regan, for Travis Roma to go top of the board. Like you said, the first driver, sub 15 seconds. We'll see how long it holds on top.
So next up, we have the number 98 Mobile 1 car of Mark Cox, a former color commentator for the Canadian Motorsports Network, and also has experience within the network's leagues, mostly NASCAR. He got a couple of podium finishes here this season. Did not finish out the year, unfortunately, with us, but we're very happy to have him back here for the Oyster Bed Speedway, the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250, and he's going to place fourth with a 15.448. We're going to see if he's able to improve his time to potentially get into the top 3 or try to place into the 14s. Tiny bit loose there off the final corner, and this lap time will be a 15.357, which will improve his time over Ricky Miller, so he'll place himself into the so far third place position. So next up on the list here should be the number 55 of Scott Negus. Negus, I hope that's the way. I hope that's how you say it properly. So the number 55, I can't tell what's on the hood, but I can see a tilt load car on there. Kind of reminds me of the Butcher brothers with that scheme. So Scott's going to come around here. He will get a 15.048, so he's going to fall just barely short there behind Jared Ireland for that second position. So he'll currently hold himself in third. He'll try to put himself a little bit higher, maybe get into the 14s, just like Roma did at the line. He will beat Ireland, but he will not get into the 14s, so he'll place himself into second. So we got some Scotia Speed World drivers here, some former Scotia Speed World drivers up at the top so far. And the Canadian Motorsports Network competitors, not going to lie, knowing them and the big name celebrities that we have here tonight, so far they've been pretty impressive, but I'm really, really waiting for some guys like Darcy Ford and Corbin McCauley come through, especially Corbin, knowing his decade-long iRacing experience. Oh, would you look at that? There's Brent Roy's number 26. Stuart Friesen, paint scheme from the Pro Stock 250 this year, which... Yeah, man, Denver, remembering that race. Friesen unfortunately had to leave the race early due to a mechanical problem, but man, that car was absolutely beautiful, and the efforts that Stuart Friesen put in that weekend to spread awareness about autism and also collect funds as well, it was truly special and inspiring to everyone.
Absolutely, Regan. It was a phenomenal weekend from top to bottom, and, Stuart had a fast car. It was an Axle that would eliminate him from competition ultimately. And he ended up in the beach in turn number 2. But he was going to the front when that happened, as I see Troy Burke is going to qualify P4. And now, speak of the devil, Stuart Friesen's car rolling onto the track with Brent Roy behind the wheel, the race director for Speedway 660 and the Super Late Model Series, races with the NEP Series on iRacing. And he's going to try his hand here tonight in the Oyster Bed Speedway 250.
So yeah, Troy Burke, as you said, got the fourth place position there with a best time of the 15.2. And now here we have the race director man himself, the Camry kid, and again, 2-time Speedway 660 Pro Stock champion Brent Roy. He'll come around. He will place himself in the third position with a 15.003. And actually, it's looking like the 55 actually got a perfect 15 there, so I don't know what exactly happened with the times there, but Roy's going to try and place himself into the 14s possibly. Will officially get it? He will! Brent Roy will place himself into the second place position so far as the second driver to place himself into the 14s with a 14.947 right there. So 20 tenths there behind Travis Roma. Not enough to claim the first position in time trials, but not a bad effort there from the 26, who again in some recent practice sessions that we've had here for these drivers, Brent wasn't wasn't one of the fastest. But again, though, he's just trying to practice, just get the feeling of the car, and just have some fun, test out the scheme as well. And he's really, what matters here the most is tonight's on-track action course for him. So there's no doubt that he will try to be a contender here tonight.
Absolutely. I think Regan, he might have heard you say about the Scotia Speed World drivers starting to claim some position up towards the front because Brent Royce spoiled the party, taking position number 2 as Ryan Myers on track. It looks like he's going to bring it home in position number 7 so far. And Regan, we still got lots of big names and coming up. Get out a ham sandwich and some chocolate milk here for Kenny McKenzie Jr., a rookie on the Super Late Model Series, as he takes to South Boston Speedway for his time trial.
Indeed, he does. The number 85, a multi-time Petty International Raceway champion. And technical glitches happening there for whatever reason, as the 85 will place himself into the 5th position with a 15.068. We'll see if he tries to improve his time and inch his way maybe towards the podium and try to, again, like Brent, spoil the Scotia Speedway party. As you could see him in the car there, really loose there with the wheel. We'll see if he improved his time. No, he does not with a 15.1, so he will hold firm with a 15.068 in the 5th position. Not too shabby there for the number 85 of, again, a very popular guy wherever he goes in New Brunswick and also the Super Late Model Series as well. Looking to earn the first ever Super Late Model Series Rookie of the Year award, the Castrol Rookie of the Year award. I gotta add that. You gotta add that sponsor in right there. That's how you treat him well right there.
Absolutely. And Regan, we got some Kenny McKenzie Jr. fans here in the chat. I see Steve Cormier saying, "Go, Kenny, go." Anywhere Kenny goes, he's got all kinds of fans. And we go to now a PEI driver, and this is actually the race director. So, sometimes racetrack staff maybe aren't as popular as some of the drivers, but Chris Bingley does a phenomenal job at Oyster Bed Speedway. Regan, I know you work closely with him, and his first lap just getting up to speed. Let's see what he's got here on lap number 2 if he can crack the top 10.
So Chris Bingley there will be at the bottom in 11th, and he will, make his way up to a 15.275. How about that for the Oyster Bed Speedway race director with some iRacing experience as well. He's participated in some events for the Tim's Corner iRacing stuff before, but a very impressive time there from the 84, who, again, another car that didn't seem too fast in prior practice sessions, but he really impressed right there with that lap. And now we have quite possibly the most popular driver in the Canadian Motorsports Network here in the number 10 of Jason Butler, who has seen success on the open wheels side. He definitely improved a lot on the NASCAR side with a couple top 10 finishes this season, even had sometimes winning pace, but nothing. He didn't really have the greatest luck on his end in his number 10 GSG SG Vinyl 3D car. I can't see what's on the side there, but Butler's going to get a 15.7 on his first lap, so we're going to see when he comes this time around. Off of the final corner, will he improve his second lap? No, he does not. So a 15.717 will be his. It won't be his fastest lap, actually. It'll be on that second lap. So the first lap faster, he'll be in the 12th and final position, so he'll look to make his way up through the heat races and then eventually into the feature as well. So next up, by the looks of it here, will be the number 61 of Ricky Arbo, as, again, you were talking about him earlier doing some Speedway 660 stuff earlier this year. I believe, again, you were saying during, I believe it was Speed Weekend.
Yes, Ricky is famous for his turn 3 hill at Speedway 660, as he's going to put off a pretty solid lap time up to position number 3. Ricky could be an underdog to take the win tonight. He may not be the most well-known driver here amongst the Canadian E-Motorsports network, but he is good at iRacing, and he has 2 laps in the sub-15 bracket. Looks like he's going to come home position number 3. He's got a lot of experience on iRacing. He'll be one to watch. But yeah, he's you can see him crossing the drivers up and running around on the backstretch, kind of spreading information and fixing the lineup as necessary on Speed Weekend. Used to do it full time. I'm sure Brent Roy would love to see Ricky back, but sometimes life gets in the way and it's hard to make the commitment. But he sure loves to be there on Speed Weekend. And here's another driver who always loves Speed Weekend at Speedway 660 and has been driving just about everything, I think, this year, Regan. It's Tanton Woolridge in the number 28 for Trevor Lamb Racing.
Indeed, one of the prettiest Super Late model schemes that we've seen this year, of course, from the young phenom, the number 28 of Tanton Wooldridge, who starts with the 12th fastest time. We'll see if he improves the second time around. He will by a ton with a 14.934, falls just a couple thousand short of Travis Roma. He will put himself so far into the second place position. Wow, what an improvement there from the 28. Maybe he was saving his tires there on the first lap, perhaps, because the second time around, holy moly, the Maritime League of Legends Tour driver and also a rookie with the Super Late Model Series and also has Maritime Pro Stock Tour experience as well. Holy moly.
What a rocket of a lap. And I'm going to go on the record right now and say, Regan, that Tanton Woolridge is my pick to win tonight. And after the first lap, I was a little bit concerned, but the second lap proved just why. And here's a driver that he races very tight with, week in and week out on the Crossroads Cycles Maritime League of Legends Tour. Caden Tufts in the 00. This will be another driver to watch here tonight. And his first lap is going to be a fast one. Actually, his second lap is going to put him up to position number 3, just barely behind Tanton Wooldridge, just ahead of Brent Roy.
He actually tied Brent Roy.
Wow.
And he tied him, and the leaderboard says he beat him. So the number 00 of Caden Tufts will join Tanton on the podium. So the Maritime League of Legends Tour group, unfortunately with the absence of Danny Chisholm, will prove themselves successful here so far in the time trials. Next up, we will have the number 24 of Tyler Doucette from New London, Prince Edward Island, the 2022 Oyster Bed Speedway Mini Stock Champion, now a driver in the Central Engine Services Street Stock division. His first lap will be in the 9th position at 15.182. He was pretty fast in the practice session, so we'll see if he improves the second time around. And he will with a 15.046, so that's going to... Actually, that only improves him up one position, so I'll put him in 8th. And next up, everyone here at the Canadian Motorsports Network knows this guy. I'm sure plenty of people at Oyster Bed Speedway as well know this guy. He is the man that controls the scoreboard at Oyster Bed Speedway and also has helped out with a ton of other technological advances. The number 17 of Corbin McCauley, coming off a season of 8 wins in the 2023 NASCAR Series. Unfortunately, falling just short of the championship due to a speeding penalty in the championship finale at the virtual Homestead Miami Speedway. But look at that, he's up to second place. He's looking to make himself look like a contender for tonight's event. He's been very successful again, it's been every year that he's participated here in the network, and he's going to go to the top with a 14.919 over Travis Roma. So how about that for the number 17 of Corbin McCauley, who, again, I said earlier in the pre-race show, this could very well be a perfect opportunity for some unknown names, depending on how you view the field here and how you view this event here tonight. There are drivers that are going to try and get themselves in the spotlight to potentially get more opportunities, either on the virtual side with some higher-end leagues, or perhaps in the real world, someone could look at them and be like, hey, you want to test out a car, and then what do you know, the rest could be history. They could become a race car driver for life in the real world.
Regan,
never mind. He just got beat again. Ooh.
He did not stay at the top for long. A former podium finisher in the IWK 250 at Riverside International Speedway, DJ Casey, has gone to the top of the board, dethroned Corbin just like that. It seems, Regan, the more that qualifying goes on, maybe the more the rubber is getting built into the track and the faster the speeds are getting, because I think we've had, 4 of our last 5 drivers on the track have found themselves in the top 5 in qualifying. So it's interesting to watch. It seems like we're getting more speed, and we still got a couple heavy hitters to come.
Absolutely. The driver who participated in a NASCAR Pinty Series race at Riverside International Speedway back in 2015, finishing in the 11th position, and again to IWK 250 runner-up as well. And right now, the number 7 of Andy Hurdle should be up next here, but he is not moving right now. So the number 7 Rampage Coffee Co. late model stock. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to move. Finally, he will. We were wondering if we may have had to skip on to the next car, but no, Hurdle has gotten going. Again, looking back at Andy Hurdle's history in the Canadian Motorsports Network, if I scroll back to this, yes, again, he's from Daytona, Ohio, one of, I believe it's three drivers here in the field from America. In the number 7, again, he's got multiple open wheel points results in the top 5. He won the inaugural Indianapolis 250 championship during 2022 Dart, as I believe he may have just hit the backstretch outside wall right there. He also got 10th place in the 2023 NASCAR Series points, but I think Hurdle may have been potentially affected by some scrapes and sparks along the outside wall in the backstretch. And did his laps not count? I am very confused at what just happened right there. He just ran 2 laps there, but 0 times went up.
An interesting situation occurring there, Regan. Like you said, he kind of tagged the wall on the backstretch. I'm not sure exactly what effect that may have had, but now we see Sean Pierce on the track. He was honored a few weeks ago with the Maritime Pro Stock Tour Legacy Awards that they did. Now he is in a sportsman car, races at a Lake Doucette Motor Speedway, and on the Maritime All-Star Sportsman Series, Sean Pierce is going to see what he's got for the field here tonight. It looks like a top 10 effort for Pierce in the 21 car. He's bringing home position number 10 so far. A very solid lap for the driver from Nova Scotia.
Indeed, he was also carrying some autism puzzle pieces there on the bottom of the car, which again, another bit of a personal connection right there with me personally, and again, too, it was with the Stuart Friesen car as well, so we're definitely having some autism awareness coming through in tonight's event. And where on earth did my qualifying order go? There we go. That's a lot better. And all right, so I did get some confirmation there about what happened there with Andy Hurdle. It is a qualifying situation, that it indeed is. iRacing does not allow times in qualifying sessions if you receive an incident points like hitting a wall, for example. And because I was busy with all that, we unfortunately just may have missed the potential time trials pole sitter. Are you even surprised at all? It's the number 1 of Ryan Messer.
Big orange on top of the board. What else is new in 2023? Ryan Messer brings a bullet every single week, and that number 1 car is going to be fast once again tonight.
Appreciate some people there giving me the confirmation about those rules. I didn't have the full knowledge of that one, so greatly appreciate that, but that's what ended up unfortunately causing Andy Hurdle to not run any laps right there. So again, next up on the order, if I can go all the way back to it. There we
Regan,
are.
I got a message here from Speedway 660 Super Late Model Series race director Brent Roy telling us the same thing. If you hit the wall or get an X in qualifying, it doesn't count. So a couple drivers would have been close earlier, but managed to keep it off the wall. And now Regan, Darcy Ford on track.
Indeed, that is the 2021 NASCAR Series champion right there, also with a ton of open wheel championships as well throughout Formula 1 and the Dart Series. So it looks as though he's going to keep himself there in the 8th position. His number 64 Wing Snob Chevrolet late model stock. That might arguably be the best paint scheme I've ever seen on a late model stock. It might even be the best here in the field. I wonder if we could maybe allow that car for the Tim's Corner Best Looking Car Award.
I'm not sure what the criteria would be for that one. It might have to be a real car. But
yeah.
maybe we can get someone to make a bit of a paint scheme change heading into the final few races of the season.
Indeed, so there's the number 97 of Ty Higginbottom, the 2022 NASCAR Series champion, and his number 97 U.S. Air Force. That would be a Toyota, I believe, by the looks of it. So he's going to come around, and he will get we'll wait until it officially comes up, a 15.368, so that'll put him in 19th out of 22 cars, and he just hit the wall right there. So I wonder if I imagine that's going to affect his second lap time right there. We'll come around and get the for sure on the again, the disallow thing. And yeah, I believe that ended up being the case right there. So the 97 will stick in 19th out of 22 cars. And with that, we have 2 more cars remaining here in time trials for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 with the Canadian Motorsports Network and the Special Events League. It's the number 75 of the, I guess you could say, DAPR, DAPR car, Darcy Allen PR. How about that? We'll put it that way. Late model stock, also sponsoring University Petro Canada. You got the bow tie there on the quarter panels. So the number 75 will come around turns 3 and 4. We'll see how he does on his first lap. Looking like a 15.508, so that'll put him in 21st. I mean, if anything, he beat his brother Daniel by quite a bit right there. So we'll see if he tries to beat anyone else. Maybe Ricky Miller, Ty Higemon, Ryan Myers, any of those guys. We'll see here. He will not. So a 15.393 will keep him in the 21st position. So, I mean, hey, he beat his brother, but again, 21st out of 23 cars. And now, finally, it looks like this will be the final car to go here in time trials. And that will be the number 96 Canadian Tire, Petro Canada, and also Tim's Corner Motorsports late model stock of Dave Horton. So he'll come around and try to put himself in a good position here. He will get officially a 15.284, so that'll put him in the 17th position. See if he improves this time around, coming off of turns 3 and 4. To conclude time trials, I would imagine. And yes, he will improve his time by the looks of it, a 15.160. So that'll put him in the 15th position. And I imagine by the looks of it, that does it here for time trials. I don't think they're going to let Andy Hurdle go for a lap. He'll just have to be the 25th car there without a lap. But with all that being said, you can see it right on the ticker there. Officially, your time, we'll just call him the Oyster Bed Speedway 250 Time Trials Champion. It's going to be the number 1 of Ryan Messer.
How about that for Ryan Messer, Regan? A podium finisher at Oyster Bed Speedway on the Super Late Model Series earlier in 2023. It's been a big year for the driver of the number 1 car, and I think he's gotten a podium just about every race he's been in, with the exception of one race at Petty International Raceway. He got caught up in a little bit of an incident, but he's looking to carry the momentum from on the real tracks over here to the virtual tracks, and it all starts tonight with the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. He has made himself a favorite to win, but it's a heavy-hitting field looking to dethrone Big Orange.
Absolutely. So we are, again, officially done here at time trials. It looks as though we were able to complete a half hour of all 24 cars, and then, of course, Andy Hurdle being the 25th one, who unfortunately wasn't able to complete a time due to iRacing's rules with qualifying and such, incident points and all that, not officially being allowed laps. So with all that being said, might try to take a tad bit of a 1 or 2 minute break here so I can go through race control and tell the drivers that they are good to go for the Oyster Bed Speedway 250 heat races. Alrighty then, folks, we are back here at, let me make sure, yeah, there we go. We are here for the heat races for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 here, the Canadian Motorsports Network Special Events League. It's time to get Heat 1 underway. Let's take a very quick look here at the starting grid. We're going to have Ryan Messer and Travis Roma here on the first row. Brent Roy and Scott Negus here on the second row. Rounding at the top 5, Tyler Doucette, and then you got Troy Burke alongside him. Ryan Myers and Darcy Cudmore here in 7th and 8th. And to wrap it all up, we have Andy Hurdle. So we will see here. Okay, so the pace car is actually going to do multiple pace laps, so now I officially know that I can maybe describe the drivers just a little bit more. I was wondering if they were going to immediately get into it, but no, that is not the case. So this definitely could be a very interesting heat here, Denver, with guys, again, Ryan Messer, Travis Roma, Brent Roy's in here, Tyler Doucette, Troy Burke. A lot of big names in here and a lot of guys who are very fast in qualifying.
A lot of fast cars. Regan, there's a lot of drivers in this field who are also very familiar with each other. Obviously, Troy Burke, Ryan Messer race against each other on the Super Late Model Series. Brent Roy has raced with some of these competitors. Travis Roma, a sportsman competitor, I think he's part-time now, but he's raced against some of these drivers. And then, of course, you got the E-Motorsports drivers as well. So a very stellar field. We saw Ryan Messer fast in qualifying. Is he going to be able to pull away with this one?
Indeed. So in the distance right there, you're going to see the pace car roll off for this first of 3 heat races here for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Here we go. The flagman's going to wave the green. Here we go for the first heat race here. Ryan Messer leading the way. 15 laps in length, 20-minute time limit, of course. So Messer's going to get away almost immediately right there. Back here, Troy Burke's going to fall back to what looks to be... Yeah, he's really falling back here now. Towards the 7th position, looks to be now 8th here. Looks like almost everyone's going to be pretty much single file as Scott Negus is going to try and get to the rear bumper of Tyler Doucette. We're going to get single file here as Troy Burke falls back to the 8th position. Ryan Messer still leading the way here by about almost half a second as Travis Roma and Brent Roy are going to try and get close together here for a potential battle for the 2nd position. Now here on lap 4 out of 15, Ryan Messer still leading the way. Looks like pretty much everyone has filed together into some single file racing.
Regan, Ryan is on cruise control up at the front. The winner of this race should start on the pole for the main event, correct?
I believe that will be the case the way it goes. We will officially find out once we see all the cars line up for the big feature. Which, again, you got to remind everyone, 250 laps. It's going to be a long one, but at the same time, too, hopefully it's not too long. Again, a very tight short track, 25 cars going at it. There's no doubt lap traffic will be a factor as the laps wind down. Hopefully if we get some long green flag runs here at the virtual South Boston Speedway. But yes, Ryan Messer continuing to lead the way by about half a second right here over Travis Roma. Brent Roy still holding firm there in the 3rd position. The number 26, we'll just say the Stuart Friesen Pro Stock 250 paint scheme, which again was on behalf of Caden Tuff's design. He's got AIM Autism there on the hood as well. A bunch of other autism-related sponsors all over the car. Tyler Doucette remaining here in the 4th position, holding himself together. Scott in the 55. And then everywhere just pretty much remains the same here. You could argue maybe a bit of a surprising name in Troy Burke to see back here, but again, maybe just trying to hold himself firm back here, not trying to get into any trouble, save his composure for the big 250 lap feature. And again, that's pretty much what these heat races are kind of all about. It's what you see with every, it's what we've seen with every super late model event across the Maritimes this year. The heat races are pretty much just get your car to the finish line, although we do recall Stuart Friesen getting pretty interesting back in the 2023 Pro Stock 250 at Speedway 660, where he literally made it 3 wide in his heat race, and I believe Ryan Rains was a car that he got past in that situation. So
It was
I'm sure you remember that.
Oh, I certainly do remember that, Regan. It was a pretty sweet move that he pulled. Was behind Ryan Rains on the outside with a line of cars on the bottom, and put a little bit of a bumper to him, a bump and run, and made it 3 wide coming off turn 4 and down the front stretch. And it had the crowd on their feet for that one. And then the next heat race, Dave Oblinitz would try a similar move en route to his victory, but the driver who he muscled out of the way to win in the closing laps on a green-white checkered restart, Big Orange Ryan Messer, is gonna get some redemption. He won the heat race that he was in that day at the 250, and on the final lap of this one, he is setting sail towards the provisional pole for tonight's Oyster Bed Speedway 250.
And there's the checker flag for the first heat race. Ryan Messer will get the job done. Travis Roma second, Brent Roy third, Tyler Doucette fourth, Scott Mingus in fifth, Ryan Myers, Andy Hurdle, Troy Burke, and Darcy Cudmore will round it all out. So how about that for the third place driver in the Super Late Model Series points currently? And now we will get to Heat 2 of 3 here. Some pretty big names here up at the front for this one as we will take the ticker off. Might as well get to the starting grid right off the bat. It's the number 94 DJ Casey on pole for Heat 2, the former NASCAR Pinty Series and East Coast International Pro Stock Tour driver. And then you have Maritime League of Legends Tour driver Tanton Aldridge there on the first. Apologies if people just heard that right there. But moving on here, row 2, it's a pair of Canadian Motorsports Network competitors recently in the 2023 NASCAR Series. Veteran Darcy Ford, who's been here since the very beginning, and then there's the guy that was a rookie this past season for the NASCAR Series, the number 13 of Jared Ireland, who claimed 3 victories over the season and plenty of stage wins as well. And then you have a driver and race director. It's Kenny McKenzie Jr. in the 85 with Chris Bingley to his outside in the number 84. And then to wrap it all off towards the back, of course, we have the number 97 of the 2022 NASCAR Series champion Ty Higginbottom. And then rounding out the order here with the number 73 of, again, Network founder Daniel Cudmore.
So, Regan, we saw the first heat race go very clean, start to finish, kind of sorted itself out in the early laps. I wonder if we're going to see a different style heat race here. We had a very different dynamic with the drivers in this field for this 15-lap heat race. I wonder if we're going to see more of the same, or if this one might get a little bit interesting as drivers look to improve their starting position for tonight's main event.
Indeed, so we're going to have the pace car go around just one more time. One more pace lap here for this field. And there's the call right there, obviously, 1 to green. Until we get underway here for this second of 3 heats, the middle one, to settle the starting lineup for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 here on iRacing is the iRacing official pace car or safety vehicle, whatever you want to call it. We'll take it to pit road. Flagman with the green flag in his hand. He's going to wave it. Here we go for Heat 2. Tanton Wooldridge and DJ Casey will be side by side as wow. They got a little bit close there in between turns 1 and 2. Could we see a different dynamic here versus Heat 1 where we have a side-by-side battle for the Heat victory? But it looks like that might have aged completely wrong as DJ Casey is going to clear the way and take the lead over the number 28 Trevor Lamb Racing late model stock. But Wooldridge is going to remain close on his rear bumper. Everyone else throughout the field looks to remain in their same position that they, again, qualified in from time trials. 28 keeping it close. He actually got loose off of turn 2 right there. But so far, clean sailing for the 94. The 28 will try to keep it close. And it's pretty much just kind of the same dynamic as Heat 1. It's just cars getting single file and just, trying to get to the end so we can just get to the big feature.
The 28, Regan Tanton Woolridge, we saw in the qualifying, his first lap was an absolutely horrendous lap, and he picked it up on lap number 2. So he definitely has some speed. I don't think his qualifying effort went quite the way that he wanted to go, as he continues to absolutely pour the pressure on DJ Casey in the number 94. Of note, Chris Bingley has dropped back to position number 7. We saw maybe starting mid-pack, Regan, on the outside. Maybe not the best plan for these drivers. We saw a very similar situation in heat race number 1, where Troy Burke fell to the back early in the going on the outside, and looks like Chris Bingley, very similar results here. He's fallen back to 7th, back to 8th now, I believe, according to the ticker, but he is going to work on getting it back up to the front. Meanwhile, Regan, the battle continues up front. DJ's got the lead, but Tanton is all over him, trying to find a way around him.
Indeed. So yeah, Bingley falling all the way back to last there. As we're going to come to 7 laps to go in Heat 2. You could call it basically halfway right there, as the 28 tries to remain close behind the 94. But so far, not able to really find anything, as he remains almost 3/10 behind. And again, that number 94 Dodge. No sponsors, but trying to be flashy with some colors there. Blue, black, yellow, red, orange, whatever it is, all the above. Yeah, orange it would be. Again, I am partially colorblind, so sometimes I suck with identifying colors. I believe it'll be, 5 laps to go now in Heat 2. Will the number 28 have anything for the number 94? Again, this is a driver that has a NASCAR Pinty Series start versus a guy who has just been getting started in recent years here in the Maritimes. But again, too, his young life has been flashing by pretty quick. Again, was a winner of the Breakout Performer of the Year award from Tim's Corner Motorsports a while back. As wow, he had a bit of a loose moment there through turns 3 and 4, but he's still remaining pretty close here, 3/10 behind. It's as if, nothing really happened right there with him. But we're going to be coming to 2 laps to go here in Heat 2, and it looks as though, unless something catastrophic happens, the 94 is probably on his way to joining Ryan Messer as an Oyster Bed Speedway heat race winner.
Tanton Woolridge is going to give it one final effort here in the final lap or two, Regan, but it's looking like it's going to be too little too late. We got Pat Healy, the Laker News, in the chat here saying, keep it up, Tanton, learn what you can and use it in the feature. And I'm sure he will do that, as DJ Casey is going to open up a couple more car lengths gap into turn 3 for the final time.
And coming to the checker flag, there it is. The number 94, DJ Casey, will get the job done in Heat 2. It looks like Ty Higginbottom scraped the outside wall there coming off of turn 4, but Tanton Woolridge and Darcy Ford will round out the podium for Heat number 2. Kenny McKenzie Jr. 4th, Jared Ireland 5th, Ty Higginbottom 6th, Daniel Cudmore 7th, Chris Bingley will wrap it up in 8th. And had that been maybe a couple laps longer, we may very well have seen a lap car here in the heats, as Chris Bingley, again, showing a solid effort in qualifying, but then racing-wise, just not the fastest here. Again, another driver that just may be very well waiting until the feature to really put on a show. But now here we go with heat number 3, the last 15-lap heat here of the 3. Very quickly get to the starting grid for this one. Look at that. It's the number 17 of Corbin McCauley starting on the pole, with the number 00 Maritime League Legends Tour driver Caden Tufts on the outside. So no doubt we're going to get maybe this heat will be the one where we get a consistent lead battle. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm sure McCauley will definitely be feeling a lot of pressure against a guy like Tufts, knowing his racing resume. And then, of course, we move on to row 2, where we have the number 61 of Ricky Arbo in the 3rd position. Sean Pierce, the mass driver, to his outside. We got Dave Horton and Mark Cox here in between the 5th and 6th positions. And then to wrap it all up, quite possibly the most popular driver at Oyster Bed Speedway, in the number 71 of Ricky Miller, to his outside. The number 10 GSG SG Vinyl 3D late model stock of Jason Butler. So the cars will come to the line here. One lap to green in the 3rd and final heat here for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. It'll be a battle between quite possibly the best Canadian E-Motorsports Network driver in history versus a guy who's been very successful in iRacing, especially in Tim's Corner Motorsports iRacing events. I'm pretty sure he must have multiple wins in that area. But here we go. Flagman's going to wave the green. Here we go for the third and final heat. It'll be McCauley and Tufts going at it here through turns 1 and 2. Ricky Erbo will try to follow them in behind as Sean Pierce may have had a bit of a moment on the backstretch there. Wow, towards the back. Oh, Mark Cox going to get loose. He's going to go up the track. Oh, that's going to be a big crash here in heat number 3. And that is going to be a caution. Wow, my goodness, Mark Cox. Very close call with the leaders right there. Yikes, that could have been bad, Denver.
Wow, that could have been really bad. A little bit of a late call there in the caution. Regan, I know oftentimes it's preached in drivers' meetings that it's a heat race, and you got to save your stuff for the feature. And we just saw half the field, and that was the back half of the field, get wadded up in quarter number 4 in the early laps of this one. But we kind of knew it was coming eventually. The first 2 heat races were quite clean, but this one not so much. But looking at the ticker, Regan, it shows, there you see the contact, and almost a great save, and then we have Ricky Miller and company piled in the wall. But it looks like Caden Tufts may have had the lead the last time around, which is going to potentially shake up the front row for this restart.
Indeed, so there's the contact right there between Cox and Horton, and then the 98 comes back up the track. 71 really nowhere to go, and a hard hit for the 71. Jason Butler also getting collected in that one. So that's going to be multiple cars here on pit road. Yeah, Horton, Cox, and Ricky Miller all in their pit boxes, so looking like we may very well have only 5 cars potentially finishing this one out. As, again, you said according to the ticker, Caden Tufts taking the lead as the caution came out. Again, it was a little bit of a late one. Didn't know for sure if we were going to get an automatic one, but because of the situation we had there, one had to be thrown manually. And with that, we're going to get a restart here on lap 2 of 15. So a very early caution here for the third and final heat here for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. We'll see if the pace car rolls off. Indeed it will. So the green flag will be waved once again, hopefully only one more time. Caden Tufts will lead the way on the inside. The 17 will try to follow in behind him, as we got Sean Pierce and Ricky Arabo going at it here for the third position side by side. The 61 is going to clear the number 21. So far, so good here after that incident that we saw right there. Back out on the track, Mark Cox. Jason Butler was also involved in that incident. He will be staying out. And just got word there that he's got optional repairs on that he did not take, so he is going to indeed be slow. So the 98's going to try and get past him or maybe stay behind him. Hopefully we don't have the leaders come around and potentially have some lap traffic fiascos go on right here. But yeah, again, Denver, we saw in those first 2 heats, there was close action, but not enough. There wasn't really any contact either. Some cars did have some scrapes along the outside walls, but then in this third and final heat, we saw some fireworks happen.
Some fireworks early, and you never want to see cars get tore up, but I know the crews will be hard at work. But the battle is really up front, and this might be the closest we've seen the top 3 or 4, especially the top 3 in a heat race so far. Only about a car length or 2 separating each one of the top 3 with Tufts, McCauley, and Arbo. Tufts was really able to use the inside line in that restart. He had to battle McCauley hard on the inside on the initial start, but being able to get that track position on the inside allowed him to clear on the restart and set sail. As we're approaching halfway in this one, he's managing the gap as McCauley in the 17, as you're on board with the 17 car right now, just digging, trying to gain a little bit of momentum on the 00, but so far it's all Caden Tufts.
Oh, looks like the 0-0 may have gotten just a little bit loose there through turns 1 and 2. The 17 may have barely tapped the wall there, don't for sure. Wow, the 17 is really loose there on entry into turn 3. But still remaining a decent distance behind Tufts. 4/10 right there from the last lap, which again, too, this ticker doesn't update every single second, basically. It's a matter of every lap. The distance that there is every lap is how we're doing the ticker here. It's the way it goes with pretty much all short track events, with timing and scoring all over the region. As again, the 17 really just having a loose time here. We're getting a really good angle of it here on the onboard camera. Even the 0-0 seems to be having some issues himself. But we'll get back to the regular angles right here as the 61 is trying to catch up to the loose number 17 there. As the number 98 of Mark Cox is back around. And hopefully he'll turn it back around and have no issues. I don't think that'll be necessary for a caution here. No, the caution will be thrown, actually. Never mind. I was
pulled up in front of the leaders.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going to be up with that. That, again, the 98 being involved in some very certain circumstances right there. Twice.
Certainly a tough heat race for the 98, Regan, but also some of these drivers might want to check their pulse if they're up front, because that's the second close call we've had of this heat race. And, for us fans that get to sit back and watch this race, we're in for a 2 or 3 lap shootout, I believe, to decide it. So this is going to be exciting. What does Corbin McCauley have for Caden Tufts? Can he use the restart, maybe pinch him down, get a launch on the outside? Or is Caden Tufts going to be able to set sailor? How about Ricky Arbo? Does he make a 3-wide move to steal the win and a top 3 starting spot in the Oyster Bed Speedway 250?
Apologies for the sounds there. Just a little bit of communications going on behind the scenes to make sure things are all clear. So we're going to get the 1 to green here for a 3-lap shootout to solve the third and final heat. Or maybe not? Or are we having a single file restart here? Okay, so iRacing has given these guys a single file restart here. Don't know what that's all about, but maybe someone can confirm if there is something to do with the rules there. But the green flag is back out for the third and final heat. So we'll see here how this results. It looks like the 0-0 pretty much just going to take it all here by about half a second here over McCauley's. The white flag waves for the third and final heat here for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. The 61 will try to get to the number 17 for the second position, but it looks as though it looks like that's not going to happen. Off the final corner, checker flag waves. Caden Tufts, your Heat 3 winner. He will join Ryan Messer. And give me the memory back on the second heat.
It was DJ Casey, winner of heat race number 2.
Oh, yeah, DJ Casey's, yeah. So Ryan Messer, DJ Casey, and of course, Caden Tufts, your first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 heat race winners. So, again, big names getting the job done in all 3 heats. So we're going to wait and see as some of the Canadian Motorsports Network competitors might have gotten enough practice there to try and contend with, again, the celebrity names, of course. But we're going to have a 5-minute warm-up here for everyone. Just to gain composure back, especially for those in the third heat, because, again, that heat was definitely something. But, again, The dynamic that we saw there in the heat races, Denver, very interesting to say the least. The first two heats were definitely a little bit more tame. We did see some close action, and then there was that third heat where we saw some things happen. But again, though, too, it just, other than that little incident, those incidents that we did have, mostly single file racing. But again, this race, it's the feature that matters the most. We're going to have 25 cars going at it side by side, lap traffic galore, tire strategies, and everything here that will play out on this tight virtual South Boston Speedway. What we saw in the heat races is going to be nothing like we saw, or like we're going to see in the feature.
You're absolutely correct, Regan, because when you get into the feature, like you said, 25 cars on the track, 25 of the best drivers in this field. There's a lot less room to work with 25 cars as opposed to the 8 or 9 car fields we saw in the heat race. You have a lot stiffer competition. There's going to be a lot to watch out for. Chaos is going to happen a lot faster. There's going to be a lot less room for error, and we're going to start to see the leaders work through lap traffic if we happen to get onto a long green flag run. All of this is going to be interesting to watch as the race goes on, and of course the tire strategy. Let's not forget about that, because these drivers can choose a couple extra sets of tires throughout the course of the race. They have 2 extra sets to complete the race with. When you take those tires, could make or break your race. Do you take them early and try to go for track position, or do you hang off and save a set for the very end to try to mount a late race charge? That's going to be storylines we watch all race long. 250 laps, it's going to be a 250 lap chess match with lots of strategy and lots of action. These fast guys up front are going to want to try to get away in the early laps and kind of ride and save their stuff. But if you're starting towards the back, Regan, 25 cars at a small track, it's not going to be long before the leaders are on your bumper. So watch the guys at the back to be making some big moves, because they're not going to want to get caught a lap down in the early going.
Indeed so, as we see this warm-up here coming to the final 2 minutes. It's a lot of big names. Again, it's the same pattern we're seeing here. Up towards the front, it looks as though almost every single Canadian Motorsports Network regular competitor, except for, I believe, 2, have not run a lap here yet. But we're seeing up here at the top, Caden Tubbs and Tanton Wooldridge, the young Maritimes stock car racing phenoms, up at the top just outside the 14-second range. Meanwhile, the 55 is Scott Negus there in the 3rd position. Ryan Messer and Kenny McKenzie Jr., Super Late Model Series drivers so far, rounding out the top 5. Sean Pierce, DJ Casey, Ricky Miller is in there, Travis Roman, Ricky Arbo. DJ Casey just put himself up there in the 2nd position. But again, though, these laps that you see here in warm-up, it's not lap times that are going to matter. It's, again, where you're going to be positioned here in the 250 lap feature. And again, speaking of tire strategies too, it does remind me again back at the Pro Stock 250 this year, where we saw the 48 of Dave Oblinas, who had that strategy of go until lap 200 with the tires, then make the change so he can be fresher than everyone else and be right up there at the front. And what do you know, he got the job done. He still got challenged by a bunch of guys, again, like Ashton Tucker, Ryan Messer up there as well, who are right there on his rear bumper, and it was absolutely fantastic finish we saw. There's no doubt that tonight we could very well see some similar circumstances. It's just a matter of who is going to come on out on top as the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 champion. No doubt it's going to be someone with the strategy game that will get the job done. Unless, again, worst case scenario at the end, there's shenanigans, but we're going to keep our fingers crossed for the... Let me read the broadcast here. Over 100 plus people watching this one. Denver, we both recognize names that we're seeing here in the chat so far. The hype for this race is absolutely unreal.
Well, you know, Regan, you take specifically a lot of these drivers hailing from Atlantic Canada. It's been a few weeks since we got to see some real racing on account of weather. Of course, it's been a challenging summer. You and I know that. Anyone that follows the Super Late Model Series, Oyster Bed Speedway, Petty Raceway, Speedway 660, even at Scotia Speed World in Nova Scotia, basically any track, even NASCAR. It's been a tough year weather-wise. And as we head into the winter months, this is a lot of people's go-to for their racing fixes. These iRacing events, people love it. It's something to do during this time of year, and this is really the first big event that I've heard of for this off season. Of course, we're not quite done yet with the real racing season, but this is kicking it off in a big way. The fans have turned out with tremendous support. A stellar field of drivers have showed up to compete and maybe knock the rust off the computers after spending most of the summer in the garages and in the shops. But this is a big deal. Look at the stands here at the virtual South Boston Speedway. It's packed. A big crowd watching. We are in for a treat tonight. Regan, I should say, I made my pick earlier, Tanton Woolridge. We want the fans to drop their picks in the comments here on the live chat, but who's your pick, Regan? Who do you got to win the inaugural Oyster Bed Speedway 250?
Well, there's one thing maybe there's one way I could put it. If I don't pick Brent Roy, am I fired?
I don't think so.
But no, I would absolutely love to see that number 26 Stuart Friesen scheme get the job done there. But man, there are so many contenders in here. Again, I could be biased on the personal end, say Corbin McCauley. He is right up there, but I just don't know if the trust can be there against some of the big names that we have in this field. But again, you see Darcy Ford up there as well. Again, we will get to the starting grid eventually, but with all that being, or actually no, I still have to make my winner pick. Oh my gosh. You know what? He was fast in prior practice sessions. DJ Casey.
Ooh, that's a big pick. I see some picks here in the comments. We got Jared Ireland, Tanton Woolridge, Kenny McKenzie Jr., Big Orange, Ryan Messer. Tiffany here says, let's go Team Doucette. Lots of picks coming in. There's going to be it's going to be a fun race. I think anybody can win this race, Regan, especially if we see this turn into strategy and attrition.
Absolutely. So before we get racing here, and before we get the engines fired up, I'm going to go into race control, give these drivers a very, very quick message here, and we can hear the engines fire up to make history here tonight in the Canadian Motorsports Network with the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 at the virtual South Boston Speedway. Don't go away. We will be back with the engines fired up and with the command to get racing for 250 laps of attrition, patience, and survival. Start your engines! And there you heard it right there. The engines got fired up here for the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. I don't know for exact sure if that was completely smooth, but again, a lot of multitasking to do right there. Finally, we're going to get underway with this special event right here. Make sure of one more thing. There we go. So now it is time to settle here the starting grid for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Starting on the front row, we have a super late model series driver, very successful Speedway 660 as well. It's the number 1 of Ryan Messer. Alongside him, the number 94, former NASCAR Pinty Series driver and East Coast International Pro Stock Tour driver, DJ Casey. Moving on to row 3, we have the 00 of Caden Tufts, and alongside him, the number 38 of Travis Roma. And Denver, do you want to, why not, take on the next 2 rows for us?
All right, row number 3, driver with the number 28, Trevor Lamb Racing Machine. Regan, I just saw he is driving with his pedals backwards tonight. How about that for a storyline? We'll get into that later. It's Tanton Wooldridge to his outside, and the number 17 after a great battle with Caden Tufts in the heat race. That is Corbin McCauley. Row number 4 sees the race director for the Super Late Model Series and Speedway 660, a multi-time track champion at Speedway 660, driving the Stuart Friesen AIM Autism colors. That is Brent Roy. To his outside, car number 64. That will be Darcy Ford. Back to you, Regan.
Indeed, moving on to the next row here, we have rounding at the top 10, the number 61 of Ricky Arbo. To his outside, again, former mini stock champion, Oyster Bed Speedway, current 3-stock driver. It's the number 24 of Tyler Doucette. Moving on to just outside the top 10, we have one of the most popular drivers in the field for sure, one of easily the most dazzling personalities, the number 85 of Super Late Model Series rookie Kenny McKenzie Jr. To his outside, the number 21 of Mass driver Sean Pierce.
Rolling off, position number 13, the number 55, driving the Atlantic Tilt Load colors. That is Scott Negus. To his outside, it is going to be the 13 rookie from last year, Jared Ireland. Starting in row number 8, he had a tough run in his heat race. He's going to hope to turn around in the feature. He got all the bugs out of the way. The 98 is Mark Cox, who hails all the way from Cornwall, PEI. To his outside, another PEI compadre. It will be Ryan Myers in the number 48.
And just so that we don't waste any more time, I'll get the rest of the grid done right here. We have the number 97 of 2022 Canadian Motorsports Network NASCAR Series champion Ty Higginbottom. Alongside him, he's been here for a long time in the network, the number 10 of Jason Butler. And now moving on to, again, another pair of Canadian Motorsports Network competitors, the number 7 of Andy Hurdle. And to his outside, the number 73 of network founder and owner Daniel Cudmore. And now just outside the top 20, we have former mini stock and outlaw driver at Oyster Bed Speedway, Dave Horton. And then, of course, the 2-time Oyster Bed Speedway Pro Stock House Division champion and a Super Late Model Series driver in the 01 of Troy Burke. And now we have, oh my goodness, go figure that these two are together. Number 84 of Oyster Bed Speedway race director Chris Bingley, and to his outside, the 2018 mini stock champion at Oyster Bed Speedway, could very well be the 2023 Outlaw 4-cylinder champion, the 71 of Ricky Miller. And to round it all out, the number 75 of Darcy Cudmore, the other Cudmore here in the field. You just keep hearing those names that we have here on this in this lineup, Denver. This is going to be a barn burner, and now Brent's going to flame me for saying that.
Listen, Brent Roy used that in a Facebook post a few weeks ago, so we're going to say it. That is what tonight is going to be. It is truly going to be a barn burner. Of course, Brent rolling off position number 7. Ryan Messer on the pole. We've talked and documented Regan. He came oh so close to a Pro Stock 250 win the last time he was behind the wheel. It's another 250 tonight. It may be virtual, but a good chance for redemption. He's got another driver who is a former second place finisher in a 250 to his outside in DJ Casey. Both of those drivers, phenomenal runs in their heat race, along with Caden Tufts. You look at this just look at the top 10 and the crop of drivers we have, the talent, the star power. It is incredible. We are in for a very dynamite show here at South Boston Speedway.
Indeed, so I just relayed it to race control here. We will be going green. We're going to be, okay, it's going to be 1 to green this time, actually, instead of 2. But Denver, Machette, and then me, Regan McCauley here in the broadcast booth. A month of preparation and anticipation here for this big event, the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 for the Canadian Motorsports Network. There's the flagman with the green flag, and the pace car will roll off. The first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 is underway.
Ryan Messer is going to get the jump off of corner number 2. He jumps into the lead over DJ Casey. The top 3 are going to get single file in the opening laps. The top 4 as Stanton Woolridge holds in the position number 4. But look at Brent Roy working the inside. He wants to crack the top 5, and he will. As we got
contact with Travis Roma, and I believe, I couldn't tell what's in front of me. I think it was Ricky Arbeau. There was contact there. Oh, Tyler Doucette even loose down the front straightaway. But everyone's able to keep it straight. Here's Ryan Messer currently holding the lead here by almost half a second over DJ Casey. Caden Tufts rounding at the podium positions here so far. Travis Roma all the way back to the 9th position. Let me get the numbers right here. There we go. Tanton Woldridge in the 4th position. Brent Roy here in 5th. Arbeau, McCauley, Doucette rounding out right there. Also, Roma, Ingus, and Pearson there as well. Ryan Messer just keeps disappearing and disappearing. That is not a good look for me here, technically speaking. Hopefully there aren't any issues with him later.
Explain to our fans what is going on. For those that are maybe new to iRacing, we see Ryan Messer, our race leader, blinking in and out. What is going on there, and how could that potentially impact this race?
Again, I don't know for sure if it might be something on my end or maybe his end, but the way it is here in iRacing, cars will disappear out back and forth, and hopefully really all it is just a matter of the driver doesn't disappear for good on any screen to begin with. It looks like the one actually may have improved right here, so now he's staying a little bit more consistently on the screen, so that looks to be a good thing. And with that, Ryan Messer continues to lead the way. I want to just go back quickly here and see, okay, so the last place car in Darcy Cudmore here in 25th. He's on the front straightaway. Ryan Messer just coming through turns 3 and 4 now to take lap 9 now. And there goes the disappearing again. My God, I don't know what's going on there.
It'll be something to watch as the race goes on. Hopefully just something minor on our end. But Regan, the top 3 have started to break away. They're all within about a second of each other, but you have to go almost 3 seconds back to the 28 of Tanton Woolridge, as you see on the screen right here now. Brent Roy is holding up a conga line of cars, as it looks like Ricky Arbeau wants to make a move. We got some fast cars here. Corbin McCauley, another one. We got Doucette. They all want to make some moves and get back into the top 5, but they can't seem to crack the code and find their way around the 26 of Brent Roy yet, as he runs inside the top 5.
Indeed, so the 26 kind of holding up some cars right there, but so far the 61, 17, 24 haven't done anything yet to try and find a way past the 26, although the 61 getting real close right there. Let's get through the rest of the field. We're seeing a side-by-side towards the back of the pack between Super Late Model Series driver Troy Burke and then the network founder Daniel Cudmore. Going out right there, Chris Bingley and Darcy Cudmore following in behind, but we can just say right now so far so good. Oh, well, there's the lap traffic factor coming into play. Messer will hit the start-finish line. Now Darcy Cudmore just coming off of turn 2, so lap traffic's going to become a very quick factor right here. I would say maybe about 20 laps in or so, maybe shorter depending. Because again, Ryan Messer just keeps disappearing in and out, in and out. And I would love some technological consistency to happen right here, but again, it's looking so good. So far, so good for the number 1, who, again, he's been dominant every race that he's run this season in real life, but also on the iRacing side as well. He's proving his success here Again, we're saying so far, we still have plenty of time. It's a 250-lap race. Anything's possible.
Regan, we saw him at the Pro Stock 250, which, again, his last time on the racetrack. He led the first 140 laps. And, trouble.
You have to see where this may have taken place. As I'm not seeing anything. Maybe the 70, no? See, this is kind of the product with this kind of tight short track stuff, especially with this camera pack that I'm using as well. Not the most ideal when it comes to incidents, because there could be something that happens all the way in the back and you're trying to catch up to it, but if cars are still going right out as soon as you get to them, then like it's just all, it's a lot of quick timing and multitasking, but I think the 55 maybe had something to do with it, maybe the 96 in there as well. We're going to go back here and see what may have potentially happened. 55 seems to be the slow one here. So we'll see. Oh, yes! He got some help from the 21 of Sean Pierce. Darcy Ford getting in there as well, but the caution came out. The 55 actually was able to save it. So there's the reason for the caution, but I mean, I guess that's a positive knowing 25 cars on this tight, short virtual South Boston Speedway. Thankfully, no one fully going around in front of a whole pack of cars. So that's the result.
Regan, these first 20 laps or so, super clean up until this point, but we're going to see the contact between the 55 of Scott Negus and the 21 Sean Pierce, and just Pierce got up under him. And who was that? Is that the 64 maybe?
Yeah,
what
Darcy
a save
Ford,
they
that
had.
would be, yes.
Yeah, Darcy Ford, what a save.
Ooh.
Wow. That
Yikes.
was a close. We talked about the close calls that we saw in the heat race. That was another example right there. Darcy Ford, what a maneuver to avoid that car that was parked sideways. But Regan, again, caution laps do not count here. But drivers have the opportunity to pit. They all have 2 sets of tires to choose from. You know, maybe if you're struggling a little bit, you're deep in lap traffic, do you come in a little early? Maybe it's a little too early, but do you play the strategy and try to get some track position?
Indeed, for sure. And because of that incident, it's a rule that we have. It's a rule that we have here for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Cars that cause incidents are given an EOL. So there is your first victim of that scenario. That'll be the number 21 of Sean Pierce being sent to the back for the incident with the number 55. So not ideal early in this race, but again, there's still plenty of racing left for him to rebound in this one as Ryan Messer continues to lead the way. I believe I was told the pace car lights are going to come off this time around. Indeed they will. Everyone's going to go double file here. We're going to restart again on laps 17 and 250. Again, caution laps do not count. Thankfully.
So Regan, we saw on the initial start, the inside groove was the preferred lane. Everyone that was on the inside managed to gain a couple of spots, while those on the outside seemed to drift back a little bit. We'll see now that the track's starting to build up a little bit of rubber. Drivers are getting some laps on. How that will change as we're getting ready to go back racing.
Green flag back out here for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 as Ryan Messer leads the way. As we'll get an angle here from the rear chase angle of the number 1 of Ryan Messer. Yeah, pretty much a perfect angle that we're getting right here of everyone in the field. Could very well be a nice angle to see if anything happens towards the back, but if we want to maybe go back, let's say, towards this battle going on back here, it's between the 61 and the 17 for the 6th position. Tyler Doucette following him behind them as Brent Roy leads the way in front. 61 on the outside, 17 on the inside. 17 keeping up with him. There's going to be contact. Tyler Doucette loose in behind them. A lot of close, thrilling action that we got right there on the front straight. Oh, there's more contact. 17's going to go down low and back out of that one as the 61 got very aggressive right there. The 17 will squeeze his way in behind the 61 and in front of Tyler Doucette. The 24 got a little bit too much acceleration into the corner there, almost right into the rear bumper of the 17, but that right there could have been way worse.
A very tense moment, Regan, and you saw that live. Those two were battling hard, and again, the outside groove has been a challenge so far early in this race for drivers. Ricky Arbo was outside of Brent Roy, was unable to complete the pass, and Corbin McCauley took advantage and got to the inside, and Arbo battled back hard, did not want to give up that spot, and he would almost lose it. The both of them almost would wreck as we see a driver on the move, the 71 of Ricky Miller. He started towards the back. He is marching through the field very steadily, progressing. A couple drivers pitted. We had the penalties on the last caution, but he's on the verge of cracking inside the top 15 here, and very impressive run for him. I think he started 24th, Regan, possibly the biggest mover of the race, so we'll keep our eye on him as you see the drivers thunder around South Boston Speedway.
Indeed, so this could very well be a nice crank it up camera that we can use later in the race whenever we can get to a point in potentially using that. As we're seeing up front here, the 0-0 Caden Tufts beginning to catch up to the 94 of DJ Casey down the back straight. Tufts is going to dive it down to the inside. He's going to get a little bit loose right there, trying not to go up the track. He's actually able to keep it perfect right there and very fast. He's going to get in front of the 94. Ryan Messer still leading the way by just under a second, but the 0-0 will get in front of the 94 right there. And yeah, this is pretty much two guys up front that we're seeing here that again have been very successful in past iRacing events, particularly for Tim's Corner Motorsports. Messer and Tufts, they're familiar names both in the virtual world and in the real world. No surprise whatsoever to see them running up front.
Regan, I think there Tufts was deciding it was go time. He got a little aggressive and started to hammer down. I think DJ Casey, obviously an experienced driver, recognized that a little bit. Maybe said, you know what, Caden, if you want to go take the spot, you can have it. Maybe he gave him the bottom lane when he saw him almost make a bit of a dive bomb move. And now Caden Tufts is going to file into second and go to work on Ryan Messer. We'll see if he can be the first driver today to challenge Messer in the one car for the lead, as we are continuing to click off laps, and we'll watch that battle up front, but we got lots of action here in the middle of the pack as well.
Indeed, so a lot of action towards the back of the field, including Chris Bingley, Daniel Cudmore, Sean Pierce trying to make his way back up after that EOL penalty. Really diving it down into the inside right there against Dan Cudmore. Scott Negus right there in the 55 and 23rd. Jason Butler, 24. Darcy Cudmore holding himself there in the 25th position. Let's see how far back he is behind everyone, quote-unquote, with Ryan Messer, the leader, coming. Oh, yep. He's coming right there, so we're going to potentially see our first case of lap traffic here, as, again, we came close to it in the first green flag run, but no, we had that caution there as a result of the incident between Sean Pierce and Scott Negus right there. I was seeing, I believe it was a battle right here. I believe it was Higginbottom, Ricky Miller, and Andy Hurdle maybe getting involved in something there, as Sean Pierce, Scott Negus, and Daniel Cudmore were going at it here between 21st and 23rd. Are able to file in back to single file as per usual, as Ryan Messer really closing in on those back markers. Now on lap 37 of 250. Caden Tufts ever so slightly catching up now, almost, it's about 6 tenths behind, almost 7 in behind the number 1. So far, it seems like so far so good for most guys when it comes to tire wear, but again, it might be just a little bit too early to really get into that kind of a conversation. Still lap 38 of 250. Because now we're going to see here, Darcy Cudmore going to get out of the way of Ryan Messer there. The first car that will go one lap down. Messer now going to try and catch up to the 10 of Jason Butler here through turns 3 and 4. Coming to lap 40. It's just been pretty much the Ryan Messer show as Caden Tufts tries his hardest to catch up while also not wasting the tire wear.
It's just like another day at Speedway 660, Regan. Ryan Messer has adapted well to the South Boston Speedway and is showing the way up front, clicking off another lap lead as they start to cut through the lap traffic a little bit. As we see a little bit of smoke up ahead. Looks like no harm, no foul on that one.
Troy
Burke. 0-1. Troy Burke going to pull back onto the speedway. Burke was we saw him in the heat race, Regan. A bit of a rough go. He was starting to finally make some moves here in the feature, but we'll see if we can't get a replay here and see what happened. Going into one and just, yeah, a little bit of contact. Maybe just not quite enough room there. He spins down onto the apron. He'll get it going, but that is going to hurt. He has lost all kinds of track position.
Oh, whoa! Sean Pierce and Ryan Messer almost having a moment right there in the lap traffic. Fiasco is Caden Tufts, DJ Casey trying to get past him and other lap cars as well, including the Cudmores. But this is the time where things are really going to get tight here at the virtual South Boston Speedway, as pretty much there's going to be cars side by side almost everywhere, as Chris Bingley about blocked Caden Tufts right there to try and, well, not stay on the lead lap, but tried to stay in front of him, but there was literally no way in hell that was going to happen.
I think he might have tagged the wall there, Regan, coming off turn 4. Chris Bingley maybe trying to get out of the way of these faster cars and yield the lane. It looked like he might have slapped the wall and bounced off into traffic. And someone,
oh no! The Tanner
wreck.
Jason Butler goes around in
he may
front
have connected Tanton.
a bunch of cars.
Wow, we're
No
going to stay green,
caution.
but if we get a replay on that one, I think he may have made contact with the 28 of Tanton Woldridge, our 4th position runner. That was a very tense moment. We'll see if there's any damage on the 28, as the 10 is kind of really struggling now. He's all over the track, as Kenny McKenzie Jr. and now Ricky Miller will go to the inside. But let's watch this replay here. You can see he's going to the outside. Tanton Woldridge coming up the inside, and I don't know, just gets super loose into the right rear. Maybe not too much damage there on the 28, but certainly a big impact for the 10. And Regan, you saw the 17, Corbett McCauley slamming on the brakes along with some others to avoid that one. Into the back of Ricky Arbo on the 17. Wow. That almost was calamity, Regan, as we're starting to see business pick up a little bit.
And hopefully I didn't need to throw a potential manual caution there. We didn't get an automatic one, which is very surprising, but no one else was quote-unquote involved in that one. Everyone was able to keep it straight. And so with that, Jason Butler still going despite that hard hit to the outside wall. Definitely slow, though, as now Ryan Messer's going to come along and try to put him 2 laps down. Seeing here on the leaderboard, some battles going on as Mark Cox having a loose moment there on the high side through turns 3 and 4. Might be using up the tires just a little bit too much right there. It seems like he's pretty much been loose almost every single corner in this race thus far, but we are getting a long green flag run. Hopefully I didn't just jinx it right there, but again, so far so good with Ryan Messer still continuing to lead the way. Caden Tufts just under a second behind, as Sean Pierce right up with him and the 55, as the 55 gets into the outside wall down the back straightaway against the 21, the 55, finding themselves together once again like magnets. And oh wow, the 01 of Troy Burke down pit road. Definitely not ideal for the Super Late Model Series driver.
It's been a tough night for Troy Burke, Regan. We saw him on the Super Late Model Series have many great runs, but now he's going to come off the pits, or go into the backstretch pits, I guess. He is last place at the moment, down multiple laps. It's just been a bad night that continues to go south for the Sherwood Prince Edward Island driver. He's going to make a pit stop here and see if he can't make some repairs, but this many laps down, his race is effectively over. He'll probably try to log some laps and finish it off, but not the night that he wanted.
I mean, you never know. Anything is possible here, as it looks like he's gonna go for all 4 tires here. And also, of course, maybe some repairs too. 21.49 second pit stop right there for him, so he'll be the first car to make a pit stop in this first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Ryan Messer still continuing to lead the way, as Caden Tufts has fallen back now by about a second and a half behind Messer in comparison to what was like 7/10 earlier. As again, we're still seeing a lot of back and forth action towards the back of the field, as guys like, again, Chris Bingley, Jason Butler, the Cudmores just keep on being towards the back there and being put laps down, as Ryan Messer just coming off turn 4 now to lap the 55 again. Mark Cox again. Oh, caution! Oh, looks like the 10 of Jason Butler might be involved in some once again. Maybe this time around we were able to get a caution. I don't know why the ticker is not saying yellow. But no, it is certainly not green, I can tell you that. So we'll have to go back through the replay here and see if the 10 was involved in the second incident, with the second time around being the for sure caution. And I want the 10, not the 1. There we go. Oh, Chris Bingley and him making contact. Oh, Bingley gets turned by the 10 down the back stretch. I probably wouldn't say that just to hang on. Yeah, the 84 came up, not clear, turns himself into the outside wall. So the numbers on GSG Vinyl 3D late model stock just having no luck. Neither is the 84 Chris Bingley as well. And I did just get word that the 96 of Dave Horton is going to be the lucky dog for this next restart.
There, Regan, like once the contact was made, the 10 of Jason Butler maybe said, "I've had enough," and maybe didn't quite lift there as he pushed Chris Bingley down the backstretch. But those are two drivers that had high hopes for this race and have found themselves not having the greatest run so far. But as we said, it's not too late to turn it around, especially with these cautions. Caution laps do not count. It looks like we're 61 laps into this one with a great green flag run there. But there's still a chance. There's still certainly an opportunity to turn their race around. I believe with Horton coming back on the lead lap, Regan, 17 drivers will be on the lead lap on this restart. Ryan Messer had lapped all the way up to position 16 on that green flag run that was about 40 laps in length. So a torrid pace out of the one car. But you almost wonder who's maybe just biding their time and logging laps, saving their stuff as we see the 55 return to the track. Not much in the way of pit stops yet, but I'm sure we're going to see business pick up, especially in the second half.
Absolutely. So here on lap 61 at 250, Ryan Messer still leading the way, and I imagine whenever we turn the driver info tab on, hasn't led every single lap, but he's led 54 of them. And I don't understand why the leaderboard has him as the leader, but my timing sheet here has him like all over the place. I'm assuming it's just a matter of, I think it might be something to do with Dave Horton trying to come around as the lucky dog. There, I think it fixed itself right there. So Ryan Messer continuing to lead the way here. He's absolutely dominated this one so far. And we're going to be going 1 to green this time by here on lap 61. Ryan Messer, Caden Tufts, DJ Casey, Tanton Woldridge, and Brent Roy in the top 5 on this restart. So a lot of big names here up front to get back underway here with the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 on lap 61. Ryan Messer leading the way. We are back to green.
Messer is going to get the big jump into turn 1 as Caden Tufts quickly falls in line in position number 2. DJ Casey going to fall into third. He's going to get pressure from Tanton Woldridge in the number 28 car. It's a absolute hornet's nest here as the top 5 are finally going to get straightened out single file as they were running prior to that caution, with Ryan Messer leading over Caden Tufts. Regan, we might be about to see what Caden Tufts has for the one car as he is staying glued to that back bumper as the battle is back for position number 6. Corbin McCauley making the move. We saw these two make contact earlier, McCauley and Ricky Arbo. McCauley's finally going to clear Arbo for that 6th position, and now he's going to go to work on Brent Roy as the battle continues up front. Messer continues to lead, but his mirror is full of that 00.
Absolutely. So again, we have a lot of big names here up front. Again, a Super Late Model Series driver, 2 Maritime League Legends Tour drivers, a former Pinty Series 1 race driver, and then you got Brent Roy, obviously 2-time Speedway 660 Pro Stock champion, now a race director for a track and series. Corbin McCauley following him behind is currently the top Canadian Motorsports Network regular competitor in the field as the caution comes out. Oh, and that's the 48 of Ryan Myers around in turn 3. He will come back down in front of nobody, thank goodness. So the caution's out. Thankfully, he was able to come back down before the leaders came back around. I believe it may have been him and the 98 that may have gotten together, because I saw them on the timing screen here in the movement area. So we'll have to go back here and see what happened to the 48. Okay, so it is looking like it was contact from the 98. Maybe Pierce had something to do with it. No, the 48 in the outside wall. Oh, Mark Cox really diving it into the corner there. He turns the 48 around.
Just overdrove the corner, it looks like, Regan, and right into the left rear. We're going to see the onboard shot here. This is a great vantage point going into the corner, and I guess they just come together, unfortunately, to draw a yellow flag.
So the 98 of Mark Cox will be given the EOL. Yes, Mark Cox, the 98, will get the EOL because of that incident. Sean Pierce, again, will be the lucky dog. So again, Sean Pierce going from being an EOL victim to now a lucky dog. So that's a very good turnaround for him here early in this one. Still plenty of racing left to go here on lap 67 at 250. But yeah, we saw two long green flag runs right there. This one went on for a couple laps, but then we got another incident once again. So again, it hasn't been a complete melee so far, Denver. I guess, I mean, that's a positive.
It's been a really clean race overall, and Regan, most of the incidents that have happened have occurred back towards the back end of the pack, where drivers are obviously battling for position for the lucky dog to stay on the lead lap. But up front, we got a really talented crop of drivers, really smart, really successful, and they're all just kind of biding their time as we're going to start to double up here for the restart. But they see the big picture. They know that you gotta, to finish first, you first must finish. We are only just past the lap 60 mark in this one. We still have a lot of racing left to go. And of course, there is a halfway break coming up, so the drivers certainly are keeping that in mind as they get ready to come back to the green flag. And we'll see how far we get into this one. But Ryan Messer, it's been all him up front.
And he will continue to reign up front as we are back underway here with the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. The number one of Ryan Messer continues to make it the Ryan Messer show as, wow, Caden Tubbs almost diving it down to the inside of the number one. He'll stand firm in his second place position. DJ Casey waiting for something to happen. He is ready to pounce at any moment on the 0-0. Caution's out again. Oh, we got an incident here. I believe the 01 of Troy Burke may be involved in that one. Maybe the 24 as well. So a very quick caution right there on this restart here on lap 69. There's a word I could easily say right now, but I'm going to refrain. So
well, Regan, cautions breed cautions.
So it looks like it was in front of the 01. All right, we'll get an idea right here. I think it may have been, in fact, the 24, actually, so it wasn't the 01. There was smoke ahead of them. He and, 24 and 96 making contact right there, so we'll see. Okay, maybe Darcy Ford being the culprit or victim of something right there. Oh, the 24 accelerating into the corner just a little bit too quick there, gets into the back of the 64. The caution comes out, but thankfully no one else getting collected in that one. I don't know why the 24 and the 96 make contact right there, but anyways, everyone keeps pushing forward. That's been kind of the pattern we've been seeing here with most of these incidents so far. There's been, again, a couple where we have seen cars taking incredibly hard hits to the outside walls, but again, most of them have been a case where a guy does go around, but they are able to keep this car straight and damage isn't too major, at least by the looks of it. But yes, so two cars with the number 4 and then a 2 and a 6 getting together.
goes on. But Ryan Messer definitely seems to have the best long run car. Caden Tuff seems to have the speed on a short run. So, and for the Ryan Messer fans, Regan, I'm sure this sounds all too familiar and maybe a little bit traumatizing when you think back to what happened just a few weeks ago. But, the one car on the short runs was, fell victim and lost the race. The 00 is going to be trying in the short runs to see if he can maybe make history repeat itself. DJ Casey, of course, sitting in position number 3, is really hoping that those top two make a little contact and he can pounce. But Brent Roy really put the pressure on Tanton Wooldridge for position number 4 that last restart. The 28 of Wooldridge didn't quite get the restart that he wanted and allowed Roy to make a move. And we'll see what happens again. Every restart, these drivers are going to be learning a little bit more, and we'll see how that progresses as the race goes on. As again, none of the front runners have chosen to pit yet for tires. Of course, they got 2 sets to choose from, so we'll see. Regan, I wonder if we'll see any strategy. Maybe drivers won't take any tires and finish the race on the same tires they started with.
Absolutely. So we will go 1 to green this time by with Ryan Messer still leading the way. Tyler Doucette got an EOL from that incident. Still trying to keep on that consistent pattern with every incident where we do give EOLs if we do believe driver deserves one. And maybe it's not green this time by. I'm not seeing everyone go double file unless maybe it is a single file restart. Okay, so it will be 1 to green. When we get past the line, it'll be this time by then. We see double file this time. Don't know. Don't know for sure if it may have been extended there for some reason. I think it'll be this time by, actually, that will be going to green, so it might have been a decision there just to make sure everyone was all good. But I think I could tell you one thing for sure. I believe we may have just gotten our first DNF of the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250, and that's the number 48 of Ryan Meyer, 6 laps down. He's not showing up on my timing screen, so it looks as though the 48 will be the first driver out of this race. And so with that being said, the car's still... And unfortunately, I was not live right there. Now we are, so the green flag is out this time, yes. Ryan Messer leading the way here on lap 76 of 250. Caden Tubbs and DJ Casey in second and third. Tanton Wooldridge and Brent Roy continuing around at the top 5. This top 5 has remained the same for quite some time now here in this first half of the 2023 Oyster Bed Speedway 250.
Regan, they're starting to get strung out a little bit, so we're looking at another green flag run here as we see Ricky Arwell manage to get back by the 17 of Corbin McCauley. Again, lane choice, the lane that the drivers end up in on the restart, again proving to be a critical turning point in this race. It's benefited the 61 this time around. He is back into position number 6 and staring down the 26 of Brent Roy.
Absolutely. So it looks like Messer getting a little bit of an advantage there now. Half a second is now. Tufts, Casey, and Wooldridge are all going to get very close together here for the second position. Oh, whoa, we got a car smoking here. I think the 10 of Jason Butler may have just very well blown up. He might be another DNF here in this first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Wow, the 61 up the track into that left rear of the number 10. So the 10's going to try and have to find a way to get to the inside. But he'll probably have to wait until everyone gets past him here. It's not ideal for the 10 as Troy Burke gets close as well. They'll have to find some opening somewhere. Not yet. Not ideal for the number 10, who's already been involved in multiple other incidents in this race. Finally, he's able to get down safely and onto pit road, or at least the second pit lane, we'll call it. So that might be a second car out of this race here. We'll get official confirmation here in just a little bit as Ryan Messer continues to lead the way by half a second. DJ Casey trying to pounce here on the 0-0 for the second position. This top five has remained in the same order for, again, as we said, quite some time.
And Caden Tuss
just got... Sorry?
You go ahead, Regan.
No, yeah, Jason Butler, I just got word. His repairs are too extensive. He will be the second DNF of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250, so absolutely tragic for the Canadian Motorsports Network regular competitor. And Denver, you go ahead.
Well, we're seeing Caden Tufts not be as strong on this run. He is getting all kinds of pressure from DJ Casey and Tanton Wooldridge. The battle right now really is for that second position, but a driver that we've talked about throughout the race, and he continues to be the biggest mover. Ricky Miller is now inside the top 10, running in position number 9 from a 24th starting position. That 71 has been marching through the field, just very methodically. I know he's got lots of fans in the comments. Obviously, Regan, a very popular driver, maybe, at Oyster Bed Speedway. He's won many races this year. Points leader at Oyster Bed Speedway. Picked up a win just a few weeks ago at Speedway Miramichi, and now here tonight looking to make some noise in the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. And, maybe a bit of added
DJ
pressure
Casey.
as something has gone on to DJ Casey. He's up on the outside and dropping back. Brent Roy's going to take advantage into position number 4. And DJ Casey, Regan, dropping like a rock. We might have to get a replay here and see exactly what went on, but something big is happening because DJ Casey has gone from 3rd, and he is falling back outside the top 5.
Indeed, oh my gosh, a replay would be so risky right now because we're getting some really good double file action right here as now the 17 will try to pounce on the 94. Oh, and actually we have another maneuver going. Okay, can the technology please work with me here? Goodness gracious. There we go. So Tandon Wooldridge, we're seeing a lot of movement up here as the 28 has gotten past the 0-0 and the 94. So
Regan, I
just
wonder
got
if there was some contact between the 0-0 and the 94. We saw they were battling hard for that second position, and now both drivers seem to be falling back as, we're going to get a replay here. Let's take a look and see what goes on.
28 dialed down the... Oh, no, and we got a caution as soon as I say that. The 13 and the 85 are around. Jared Ireland and Kenny McKenzie Jr. get together in turn 2. I just had a feeling that was a very risky time to go to a replay.
And now might be another risky time because we might start to see some pit stops. Especially, Regan, if you're Caden Tufts or DJ Casey and you just start to sink through the field, it might be worth considering taking some tires now and hoping to re-pick up some track position and find a little bit of speed.
Indeed, so unfortunately it doesn't look like we'll have time to take a look at what potentially happened earlier. I'm hearing Daniel Cudmore will be the lucky dog for this caution, but let's take a look at what just happened here with the 13 and the 85, and we'll see if any more cars may have gotten involved in that. Well, we just kind of saw the sneak peek right there, but here they are, the 85 trying to dive down to the inside of 38. Oh. Okay, I'm going to need a better angle of that one, although it does look like there was obvious contact there. Yes, there it is. That was a lot better of an angle. It's a 13 sends the 85 around. The 13 of Jared Ireland will get an EOL because of that. And yeah, business is picking. I'm seeing it from a guy here, someone here in the chat. It's time to go before the halfway break. Yes. I had a statement in mind. Business is booming, or business is going to start booming here as we approach the halfway break, which no doubt we will try to get a prize for whoever can lead the halfway break. And now this time I'll go live after making the mistake earlier of not going live, so we will be at 2 laps to green, I believe I was told this time by, with Ryan Messer continuing to lead the way.
And some new players up at the front with Tanton Wooldridge up to position number 2 for the first time today. And Brent Roy up to position number 4. Ricky Arbo, position number 5. This field has gotten shaking a little bit. The deck has been shuffled, Regan, as we're going to get ready to go back green. Like you said, business is booming. We're closing in on the halfway break, and we're about to see if anyone has anything for Big Orange and Ryan Messer.
Ryan Messer, Tanton Wooldridge, Brent Roy, King Tufts, and Ricky Arbo are your top 5 on this restart. We're going to go back to green on lap 93 of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. We're getting close to the halfway break. Let's see how this run rolls out. And hopefully we could get another long green flag. Oh, never mind. Oh, boy,
Ooh,
big wreck here in turns 1 and 2. Lots of cars getting involved in this one. A restart mishap right there. Lots of big names involved in that one. There's the other Macaulay around in his number 17 Oyster Bed Speedway late model stock. We're definitely going to have to get a look at what just happened right there. There's your sneak peek right there of absolutely everything, but we're going to get it right off the bat on this restart here and see what happened. There was a bit of a checkup on the inside there from the 61. Oh, wow. And then everyone piles in.
And it became a parking lot here in turn number 1 at South Boston Speedway. Let's see that shot again.
Oh, Ricky
Miller absolutely pile drove the rear end of Corbin McCauley, put the 17 car up in the air. Travis Roma got tagged, had nowhere to go, and about half the field ends up piling in here. Heavy damage on some heavy hitters, Regan. We saw Corbin McCauley, a stellar qualifying run. Same with Travis Roma. Their path to victory just got a little more challenging here. We're going to watch this angle. Boom! Wow, what a shot. And what a stack up in turn number 1 that brings us back under the yellow flag.
So based on that incident, knowing how many cars are involved in that one, it's looking like it looks like there will be no EOLs on that one because, I mean, Denver, you saw it right there. There was a massive checkup on the inside. 17 had nowhere to go. The 71 had nowhere to go, and then it was just a chain reaction from there. Just a big racing incident, a parking lot, as you said earlier there during the replays of that big crash here on lap 94, 250 on the restart. We'll be at 2 laps to green, and I believe I think it's Darcy Cudmore that will be the lucky dog for this. Yes, it will be the 75 going around everyone here. I heard 1 lap to green this time. Maybe it'll be 2 because of the lucky dog situation. No, it looks like we're going double file. I think it will be this time. We will be going back to green. And yeah, Denver, as you were saying earlier, business picking up, and as well, too, it's just going to be a chain reaction of incidents over and over again now that we had those 2 long green flag runs at the start, but now it's just kind of that pattern that's just going to keep going. Hopefully it'll stop at some point as we're going to go back green here.
Absolutely, Regan. Let's see how this restart goes as Caden Tufts is going to rocket into position number 2. What a restart for the 00. He's going to go side by side with Tanton Woolridge. Woolridge's going to fall into position number 3. Now the battle is for position number 4. Brent Roy and DJ Casey side by side. Casey with the spot. Roy looking for the crossover. Look at Ricky Miller up to position number 6, Regan. Just moments ago, he was underneath Corbin McCauley. Looks like that did not hurt that 71 car any. From position 24, basically shotgun on the field, up to position number 6. As we are less than 30 laps away from our halfway break, it continues to be Ryan Messer showing the way at the front. As you see on your screen, Miller is going to go to work on Brent Roy in the 26. Can Miller crack the top 5? Can he maybe win this race from the back of the field? We're going to find out as you see here mid-pack, near the back of the pack, almost 3 wide coming off the corner. The racing's intense as Regan, we are about to hit lap 100 of this one.
Oh, Caden Tufts around! Oh, Ricky Miller's going to get in that one. Ty Higginbottom as well. We were just talking about the wild restart stuff that we just saw there from, like, again, Tufts, Woolridge, Brent Roy getting in there as well. Ricky Miller up there, but Caden Tufts goes around.
Wow.
That's going to change a lot of things there. We're going to have to look back at the replay and see for sure what just happened. That is not who I want. Come on. Come on, where's Tufts? There you are. Come on, give me Tufts. Give me Tufts. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go live there. Now we'll try. Come on. There we go. Should be good there. There. Oh, boy, was there contact? Neck code?
That looks to be a neck code issue. The 28 didn't appear to be making contact with Caden Tufts, but you saw the 28 starting to blink a little bit, and then the 00 go around. We'll see how they call that one. Regan, wow. If you're Caden Tufts, that's a tough pill to swallow, no matter how you spin it. Maybe this is where you play a different strategy and try to get back to the front. But, man, Caden Tufts with a fast car, that one is going to hurt. And Regan, we got a shout out to one of our good pals from the Super Late Model Series tuning in from a plane somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. Stephen Muzzerall. He's on his way over to Europe, and he's tuning in from a plane. How about that? How about that? Unfortunately, he's not going to be with us at Petty Raceway for the Old Fashioned Meat Market on September 30th. But he's tuning in tonight to watch his good pal Brent Roy, some of his buddies from Speedway 660, and yeah, he's in a plane somewhere. I think the whole plane is going to be cheering for Brent Roy up there somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean tonight. So yeah, they're definitely going to be tuned in and watching their favorite drivers.
So I have official word. Caden Tufts confirmed he's self-spun. There was no contact. Even if there was, it probably would have been net code. But Caden Tufts self-spun. That is what happened. No EOLs. Chris Bingley is the lucky dog. As we're going to restart here on lap 99 of 250 here in the Oyster Bed Speedway. 250 green flag back out. Ryan Messer with almost a perfect restart right there as, oh, how about that? The 94 of DJ Casey finally making his way back up to the front after what seemed to be something that happened earlier that we couldn't catch as a caution came out while we were trying to look back. And oh my goodness, would you look at that? The number 71 of Ricky Miller still hard charging to the front. He's in fourth. I can only imagine there are a lot of people watching this stream that are absolutely having a brilliant time watching this guy surge up to the front. If Tim Terry's watching, I bet he's having a blast as well.
It's unbelievable the charge that Ricky Miller has made as we see a slow car up on the outside. Hopefully 75. Hopefully he'll stay up there. That would be Darcy Cudmore, I believe, Regan.
But 3 wide.
Well, you see Caden Tufts marching through the field. We'll have to keep an eye on that 00 car. But back to Ricky Miller, up to position number 4. Who could have predicted this? A tough run in qualifying, a tough run in this heat race, and he is now challenging inside the top 5, staring down a podium position. Incredible run from him. And shout out to Sean Pierce. Remember, he went to the back earlier after an incident, up to position number 8. That 21 is marching to the front as we close in on halfway, but Ryan Messer has led the way so far. I don't think anyone's been able to get around him yet, Regan. He has led wire to wire. DJ Casey, Tanton Woolridge are looking to make something happen. This might be the closest.
Oh, no,
we
no.
see the top 3 yet.
I
The
wanted
one
to
may be a little loose.
I was going to say the one seems to be having some loose moments here in the corners. Is the 94. Oh my gosh, there was almost contact on the rear bumper there. The 94 slides back. Here comes the 28 for the second position. I believe, oh my gosh, now Ricky Miller's starting to fall back in behind Brent Roy here into 5th. Roy up to 4th. Casey's going to drop back to the 3rd position. Tanton Woolridge up to 2nd.
What a move Woolridge made to get into the 2nd spot. DJ Casey was up the back bumper of Ryan Messer, not quite putting the bumper to him, but oh so close. And when he was there, Woolridge almost on the apron made it sick, and now he is putting the pressure on Ryan Messer. He wants to take the lead before this halfway break. We are closing in with about 16 laps to go here until the halfway break, and Tanton Woolridge, he's going to do it again.
Goodness.
And look at Brent Roy.
It's a 4-car battle, almost.
Where did Brent Roy come from?
My gosh, it's like a 4-car battle that we're getting here for the halfway break. It looks like Messer's finally starting to have issues here towards the halfway break, maybe using up the tires a little bit too much. Here comes the 28 trying to battle against one. He's going to dive it down the inside. Messer goes up the track. 4 cars going out of here for the lead towards the halfway break. The one's going to try to dive it in down the inside. The 28's going to surge up to the front. We have a new leader here in the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Oh, and the caution comes out. Big wreck here in turn 2.
Wow. This is getting very intense, Regan. We saw the top 6 almost. Oh, it's Troy Burke.
Gosh.
Troy Burke has found chaos all
what
night.
in the world, Sean Pierce?
Wow, there's still lots of calamity going on here, but Tanton Woolridge, first time tonight, we see a new race leader, and what a move to get the lead. And we're going to go back and see what caused the caution. Look at this, the top 7,
Oh, it's
top
at the
8,
top.
all nose to tail. Ryan Messer was up on the outside, and when you get in line like this, it doesn't take much. And Sean Pierce drove it in deep, tagged Ricky Arbo. Oh, and the whole track is blocked at that point, and you see a couple drivers piling in. That's going to draw the caution here, just shy of the halfway break.
So a lot of cars piling into that one here. So Mark Cox, Kenny McKenzie Jr. getting involved in that one. So yeah, Pierce, that's 2 incidents right there where he takes someone out right there. Sean Pierce will get his 2nd EOL of the night because of that. And I heard from a certain driver in particular, apparently they had a good wreck avoidance, and it's the guy on the other side of my wall. The other Macaulay may have done a move of the race. Wow.
He parted the seas there, Regan.
Well, we got the cockpit view now on this one. Just split it right through the middle. There was an opening that was right there, absolutely perfect for the number 17. And then meanwhile, for some other guys, yeah, no.
Looking here in the comments, Regan, Tanton Woolridge is becoming a polarizing driver among viewers with his blinking and neck code issues. We have some fans in the comments saying the 28 maybe should take it pit side. We got some others that are cheering him on. Is he going to be the hero, or is he going to be the villain on this one? I know if you're from Harvey, New Brunswick right now, Tanton Woolridge is the villain because he made the move on Ryan Messer to take the lead from Big Orange. The first time today that he has lost the lead. We see maybe burn through the tires too much, but Regan, for the majority of these front runners, they have not yet pitted to take their tires. So everyone's still got lots of fresh rubber sitting in. Regan, where did Tanton Woolridge actually go? Speak of the devil.
All the way towards the back, apparently, as the pace car is going to roll down pit road, back to green here on lap 111 of 250. Super close to the halfway break. And also, yeah, thanks for that photo you sent me there, Steven, watching the race on a plane. incredible commitment from him. Thank you very much. And would you look at this? The number 26, Stuart Friesen paint scheme is charging his way up to the front. He wants to be the leader at the halfway break. He's going to try and challenge, again, a guy that he's directed almost all season. And he got sideways right there as the 94. And oh my gosh, even the 71's trying to make his way up here as well. Tandon Wooldridge has actually made his... He's all the way back in 20th, so I don't know if maybe he made a pit stop or he decided to go to the back. As here comes the 26, diving it down to the inside of the 1. He's going to try to clear. Oh, the 26 around!
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. Somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean, there is some teardrops on a flight. As right here at South Boston Speedway.
Oh, Brent, no!
Flight number 26 was going for the lead inside of Ryan Messer. Regan, you cannot predict how this race is going to play out. Brent Roy in the Camry kid going for the lead, spins himself out just shy of the halfway break. Unbelievable turn of events here. We're going to get the replay up, and I believe he just went around on his own. The 26 was showing speed. Flight 26 was going to the front. And now he's going to be at the back of the pack and have his work cut out in front of him.
Yeah, pretty much just had that left side get caught along the apron.
Great job by the whole field to miss him, and great job by Brent to get it down on the bottom out of harm's way. Because you take Regan, when you have, we saw this in the Riverview Ford 150 at Speedway 660 Speed Weekend. When your top 2 drivers go around in front of the field, that has the potential to be big. Fortunately, that was not the case here, as Brent Roy stays at the bottom, everyone avoids, and Ryan Messer miraculously is still going to be the leader of this race. What an up and down night he has had. Led the majority, lost the lead to Tanton Woolridge. I don't know if we got confirmation if Tanton maybe pitted with a bit of strategy or what the deal was there, but obviously Tanton mired deep in traffic. That handed the lead back over to Ryan Messer. Regan, I think as well, with Brent Roy in the pits, Ricky Miller is going to be in the top 3 after this.
It's looking like it as we're seeing Brent here. Well, it's not live. We're checking out the replay here of Brent Roy in his pit box. I believe he may have had like a 27-second pit stop there for repairs. So he, I believe, might have gone a lap down. Don't know for sure, but I can only imagine.
I see in the comments here, Steven Musrell says that one was not his fault. Of course, Steve signed to a lifetime contract as a spotter for Brent Roy. I don't think he's spotting from above the Atlantic Ocean here tonight, so this one was not his fault. But Ryan Messer's going to get the lead back. He's got some new drivers in his mirror. Of course, DJ Casey to his outside, battled with him for much of the early going, but Ricky Miller in position number 3. What does he have? As the green flag's back in the air, pace car is off. DJ Casey's going to slide down in front of Miller to reclaim the second spot, and Ryan Messer is going to set sail. Big Orange leading the way as we are closing in on the halfway break.
Indeed, Ricky Miller and Darcy Ford side by side for the 3rd position. Will Miller clear? Oh, Ford got into the outside wall because I don't know if it might have had something to do with the 71 or maybe he panicked. But here comes Travis Roma now making his way up in the number 38. 17 also charging his way back up after some earlier incidents, of course. Oh my goodness, the 38 barely clearing the 64 there down the front straightaways. The 17 dives down below the 64. Caden Tubbs charging his way back up after the earlier self-spin. He's on the inside of Dave Horton here for the 10th position. Ryan Messer and DJ Casey. Wow, Casey getting loose there. What were you saying?
The battles are continuing to wage all around the track, and yet again we see another driver making a bid for the lead get loose. DJ Casey lost an incredible amount of time on that one. As now we see Corbin McCauley looking to the inside of Darcy Ford for a position in the top 5, and that little bobble from Casey, that should be enough for Ryan Messer to cruise here into the halfway break, provided we stay green, as we are only mere laps away from our break. Couple car length lead. Ricky Miller, he could take the lead yet though. He is the wild card here from the back, from 24th to 3rd, and challenging for position number 2. He looked to the bottom there. Casey looked like he was going to leave the bottom open. Shuts the door. Miller going to dive it back to the bottom as you see Caden Tufts working through the field as only a few more laps to go. How impatient will Ricky Miller be? He doesn't just want second. He wants to take the lead from Big Orange. Again, looking to the bottom. He might have it this time, Regan. Ricky Miller inside of DJ Casey looking for the runner-up spot, and he will clear, and Travis Roma will follow.
Ricky Miller to the second position here over Travis Roma. DJ Casey and Darcy Ford making contact there. Ford way down low down the back straightaway. The 17 is going to try and take advantage of all this as the 94 drops back. Oh, Ryan messes around!
Big wreck in front of the field. Everybody's stacking in. Corbin McCauley, they're still wrecking. We see Ricky Yarbo around Tanton Woolridge.
It's a, what do you call it, traffic jam?
Oh my God, it's a parking lot. It's a yard sale. It's a junkyard here on the front stretch. The race leader. Oh my goodness. And Regan, we were coming up on the halfway break. I can only imagine when we get the replay, we'll have to see what happened, but you're so close to the halfway break. Why would you push the issue? Unbelievable turn of events. Ryan Messer, the dominant car, is in the middle of a junkyard here, just shy of the halfway break, and it's all of a sudden the tables have turned, and it's not a very happy night in Harvey, New Brunswick. As you see the contact with Ricky Miller in front of the field, and everybody piles in. Corbin McCauley. We see, oh my goodness, just about everybody. Tanton Woolridge with some, I thought he got some damage. He looks like got some good wreck avoidance, but oh man, oh man. And Regan, I don't think there's now that Ryan Messer collected in this incident, I don't know if there's a single driver in the field that has not faced adversity now in the first half of this race. Almost every single car in the field has found calamity at one point or another. For some, it happened early. For some, like Ryan Messer, it was just shy of the halfway break, and they're still cleaning up cars here on the front stretch. Just an unbelievable turn of events.
So this will be a good angle that we're going to get right here. Yeah, just, my gosh.
And the track's just blocked. There is nowhere for anyone to go at that point. You see Brent Roy, he was involved in the most recent caution before that, going for the lead. He gets through, was able to stop and avoid. Ricky Yarbo gets it going. Just, wow, unbelievable the way this race is playing out. And we're only halfway. We are only halfway through this race. There is a lot that can still happen as we settle in for the final half. And Regan, I think we're going to have a little bit of a sprint here to the halfway break with possibly Travis Roma in the lead.
So apologies for the silence on my end right there, as trying to communicate EOLs and also how the halfway break is going to work. So the way this is going to work is lap 125, the moment the leader catches lap 125, the white flag will be out. And as soon as the leader hits the line for lap 126, caution's out, halfway break is underway, and then we'll perhaps get to an explanation there, whatever it may be. We'll figure it all out once the halfway break gets there. But yes, lap one, as soon as the ticker on the screen says lap 125, that is the white flag for the first half of the race. And it looks like Ryan Messer is, give me a second here. Is Ryan Messer going to keep the lead because of the timing of the caution, or am I not reading this right? Okay, no, there we go. I was a little confused there again. Timing screen just keeps doing its glitches and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
So, Regan, we are going to have, I believe, this is going to be a 2-lap dash.
It looks, wouldn't it be 3?
Yes, 2,
Yeah.
3, something like that.
Yeah, somewhere
At the end of the day, This is going to be, hopefully, race control and the spotters are all communicating to the drivers. Let's just get to the halfway break without tearing up any other cars. This has been a bit of a chaotic first half, especially the closing stages of the first half of this race. And who would have thought Travis Roma? I think he, on the opening laps, started towards the front and flew to the back. Just an absolute unfortunate start for him. He's worked his way back up. Now he's leading the race. So he will be our third different race leader. Ryan Messer dominated, led a bunch of laps. Of course, Tanton Woolridge took the lead, but that was short lived. When that happened, when Woolridge ended up at the back, um, Ryan Messer regained the lead, and now for the first time, it will be Travis Roma as he looks to lead into the halfway break. But DJ Casey has been there all race. Is this his time to shine?
So here they come. It's going to be a 3-lap shootout to decide the halfway break here before we get that caution. Travis Roma leading the way with DJ Casey on the outside. Green flag is out. One final shootout here to solve the first half of the race before the cars will come down for 5 minutes to repair their cars and perhaps put out a new, fresh set of tires. Or actually, might have had that completely wrong, as I think this might actually be it right here. If it says 125. Yes, actually, that was the white flag for this. So here we go to the checkered flag for the first half of the race for the halfway break. There it is. Travis Roma will lead at the halfway break. Caution out.
And wow, what a first half, Regan. I got some things noticing here. Like, how about Daniel Cudmore? Was he not getting the lucky dog at one point? He comes back, is in the top 10. Andy Hurdle is in the top 10. He didn't post a qualifying lap after tagging the wall. This race has been flipped upside down, and we are in for a treat in the second half. A lot of big names are mired deep in the field. They're going to work on some repairs. They're going to mount some fresh rubber, and they're going to try to get back to the front.
Indeed so. Again, Travis Roma leading the cars down the pit lane for the halfway break here. So congratulations to the number 38 for leading the halfway mark of the race. We'll hopefully try to maybe get a prize in for him, but it's a 5-minute break for them. It's also going to be a 5-minute break for us here in the booth. We will stay on the action here, though, as everyone comes down the pit lane, of course, and makes their changes. And I'm going to go through and have again, because with this halfway break, when everyone goes back out on the track to line up for the second half of the race to get that underway, we have to put everyone back together in the order that we had at the moment of caution. So when we get to that, we'll be back. We'll see you on the other side in just a couple minutes here to get the second half of the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 underway. Alrighty then, race fans, we are finally back with action here from the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 on iRacing, hosted by the Canadian Motorsports Network Special Events League. We're literally going 2 to green now this time again right off the bat. We're there behind the scenes trying to figure out how to line everyone back up. Again, this lineup here to begin the second half of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250 has been determined by how the lineup was at the moment of caution. So 126 at 250, we will be going back green here with 125 laps to go. 1-2 green. Travis Roma leading the way. DJ Casey in second. Darcy Ford third. Jared Ireland fourth. Ty Higginbottom rounding out the top 5. Tanner Woolridge up there. Some notable guys. Brent Roy 8th. Caden Tuffson 9th. Or somewhere up there, and then from there it's just kind of back and forth with the field. So here we go, finally back underway, halfway break over. The second half of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250 is underway. Green flag waves. Travis Roma leading the way as they're going to battle side by side back here. Canadian Motorsports Network competitors Darcy Ford and Jared Ireland going at it for the, I believe that'll be the third position here. Ford's going to lead the way for that position heading into lap 120. Is the lap gonna change there, or?
Our ticker is changing, but the lap count doesn't appear to be.
Oh, jeez.
But anyways, up front, it's all Travis Roma. DJ Casey. Regan, we've seen DJ Casey run in that second spot for so many laps tonight. He just hasn't been able to get the lead no matter who has been in front of him. He's slid back, charged to the front, but now we see Travis Roma really starting to widen that gap and pull away a little bit over this battle as DJ Casey really got to get the hammer down and get some work. But again, a long ways to go. We're only halfway through this race, and it looks like potentially, Regan, a caution on the speedway as the field's going to woe down and see what went on here.
Indeed, so I don't know what may have happened right there, as I am dealing with technical issues right now. So we'll replay and go back to see what may have happened here. Looks like it may have been in front of the 17, or maybe it was all the way towards the back. Okay, maybe it was all the way towards the back by the looks of it, actually. So maybe I can try and find the back of the pack here to see what may have just happened. Still can't find any potential culprits here. I'm bamboozled, I guess is a way to put it.
Certainly interesting. But wonder if we'll be able to get the official word, but it appears everything was clean. But anyways, we're gonna re-rack them and try one more time. Travis Roma has certainly been able to open up the lead on that restart, but it's still anyone's races. Was that a single file restart back green?
Indeed it was, and again, I'm still dealing with these technical issues, so, or maybe not.
It looks like we were quickly back under the caution flag here.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's glitches happening almost everywhere here in the second half. As now we're back, it seems like we're back to green again as Travis Roma leads the way. This is absolutely not ideal one bit.
We're gonna...
Yeah, and we're not seeing any graphic ticker stuff on the screen right now, but I am trying to figure this out. So the green is back out. Travis Roma currently leading the way with DJ Casey in second. So just hold tight, be patient here as I try to get these graphics back up. So just hold tight here, folks. I'm trying to load this back up here for the graphics as DJ Casey has taken the lead. This is not a very good look here for what's going on. As we are still in the loop. I sincerely apologize for not being here to capture the action right now. Trying to fix what's going on here so we can get back to racing. And I believe we may have it fixed right here. Just give us a second. Come on. There we are. Maybe. There we go. And I don't know why it says checkered flag. That should not be the case. But it seems like we're all good on... Looks to be lap 135 of 250 now, with DJ Casey currently leading the way. Although it says Jared Ireland for whatever reason.
So Regan, DJ Casey will become the fourth different leader of this race as he has taken the lead from Travis Roma. They will join Ryan Messer
Right now.
and Tanton Wooldridge as drivers to show the way up front. As they're going to continue to log laps, DJ Casey has been up front all race long. He has battled, was unable to get the lead in the early going, but now he has finally found his way to the front. And what better time to do it than in the final half of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. This is his time to shine with so many competitors facing adversity. Can he pull away and set sail as Jared Ireland now puts the pressure on Travis Roma for position number 2, but don't look now, and so many of the drivers. Oh, we got a wreck. We have a wreck, and Sean Pierce is going to be involved in that one. I believe that is his third of the night, and I can't tell what the other car number is, but that will be a caution here, and that'll slow the field down one more time.
So Andy Hurdle looks like he was involved in that. Yeah, him and Pierce both involved in that one. We'll get the chopper angle of what happened here. Hurdle slow. Pierce dives it in and then turns to 7. Thankfully, nothing else that happened. My goodness, Doucette getting very close right there. And again, like, it seems like everything's fixed, but the leaderboard just doesn't look right based on who's up front. It says Jared Ireland's leading the way. Okay, no, I think it may have just fixed itself right. This thing just gives me hope, and then it doesn't.
Nevertheless, we have so many good battles on the track that we'll be able to walk you through what is going on here with the 94 DJ Casey continuing to lead. But Regan, I was about to say before we saw that contact to draw the caution flag that so many of the drivers who we saw up front early on, Tanton Wooldridge, Caden Tufts, Brent Roy, and Big Orange Ryan Messer, all have started to march back towards the front as DJ Casey is just past the couple cars past the pace.
I think this has to do with potential glitches that we're having here with the leaderboard. I imagine that's what the case is. So we'll see them come back around. I wonder if I might get a confirmation over the radio here. I think what ended up happening was Casey and Roma were all the way towards the back for some reason there, and it was accurate from Ireland down. It was accurate. It's just that they should have been from third down with Casey and Roma. They should have been on top, but I think it looks like it's going to be fixed now, as Casey and Roma will make their way around everyone and get up to the front here, and now it's going to say a bunch of cars are a lap down, but I'm going to imagine everyone's going to be put back on the lead lap at some point. So yeah, I just got confirmations there. Chris Bingley has the wave round and everyone else. Other guys getting wave rounds too because of wrong positions and such. I guess this just has been potentially a product of trying to do this kind of a halfway break strategy. Or it might not even have anything to do with that, but we were seeing cars just kind of going back and forth with positions and such, and it may have very well screwed up some things, but it looks like we're going to be back and all good here as Denver. We're getting very close to 100 laps remaining here in the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. And again, we're seeing a big guy right here, my winner pick, DJ Casey, here up front, like he was earlier in the race. But some notable names, like, again, Tanner Woldridge in 5th. Caden Tufts is making his way back up in 6th. Brent Roy is 8th. Ryan Messer, again, don't know if it has something to do with the glitches. He might be a lap down according to the ticker. Don't know for sure, but we'll have to see.
I think
once
it is showing him a lap.
good.
I think it shows him a lap down here in 19th, but of course he is running inside the top 10 in the running order. So we'll take a look and see what's up with that. But Regan, we're going to cross him back up, and now for the first time today, DJ Casey is going to restart as the race leader with Travis Roma on the outside, Jared Ireland and Darcy Ford, row number 2, Tanton Woolridge and Caden Tufts, row number 3, as the pace car is going to pull off into the pit lane, and green flag is in the air. We're back racing, and it's going to be Casey with the jump heading into turn number 1.
Over 100 laps remaining here in the 250s. DJ Casey leads the way. A lot of side-by-side action going on here from about 3rd on back. Ireland and Ford going at it there. I believe that's for the 3rd position. Tanton Woldridge, Caden Tufts, and Brent Roy all making their way back up towards the front. Whoa, there was some wall contact there, I believe, from the 64 up high in his number 64 Wing Snob Chevrolet, late model stock. Side-by-side. No, Ryan Messer's on the lead lap. Okay, thankfully we got the clarification there, but yeah, we can add him into the group with Tufts, Woldridge, and Roy. Ryan Messer making his way back up after, again, if we look at the driver info tab, 107 of the 142 laps led in this 250 is now we're on lap 143 at a 250, and now again we had that bit of a checkered flag symbol glitch there on the ticker, but now it's all good. It's green as it should be. But DJ Casey leading the way by almost a second here. Roma's still holding on for 2nd. Jared Ireland 3rd. Darcy Ford will be challenged by the number 28. And look at that, the 28, 00, and 26, and the 1 all together right here. I wonder if even the 85 of Kenny McKenzie Jr., who's been involved in so many incidents earlier, maybe he'll join the group and become a dominant driver, a challenger for the win.
The second half of the race always sees new characters emerge on top to challenge when you least expect it, and it could be Kenny McKenzie Jr. in this race as he is starting to march up towards the front. Corbin McCauley, Regan, caught up in several incidents. He's back inside the top 10. Don't count him out yet, and we'll keep our eye on Ricky Miller as he charges up through the field, but this could be the race for the win here inside the top 5. We'll see how the 28, the 00, the 26, the 1, see how the damage from previous wrecks impact them. They were lights out up front earlier. They're now hanging right around the top 5 as we see Jared Ireland make the move on Travis Roma up to position number 2. Again, another driver, Regan. We didn't say his name a lot in the first half, but Jared Ireland has pounced into the 2nd position. It's not over yet, and he could be ready to make some moves as Travis Roma maybe is fading a little bit, may have burned up the equipment, as now we're going to see the 64 all over his back bumper, potentially look to make the move, and a whole crew of cars are going to look to follow suit.
Absolutely. So DJ Casey leading the way by about a second here as Jared Ireland, the 2023 NASCAR Series rookie with 3 wins this recent season, coming to an end last Tuesday night. Getting the job done here so far as we are at now officially 100 laps to go in the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. It'll be 99 now. You're on lap 152. DJ Casey again leading the way. Still got this group of Woldridge, Tufts, Roy, and Messer still all together. Not yet challenging against Ford, Roma, and then even Ireland as well eventually. Let's go through some of the rest of the field as, oh wow, we're getting the side-by-side battle here for the 10th position. As I don't know if that might have been a netcode technical thing or McKenzie Jr. may have gotten into the outside wall down the backstretch as Ricky Miller really close against him. He's trying to surge his way back up to the front after an EOL earlier. Potentially still some contact between the two down the back straightaway. Dave Horton trying to push his way up to the front here, just outside the top 10, as well as Ty Higginbottom is going at it with a 2 laps down car of Tyler Doucette. It actually would be the 55 of Scott Negus here in behind that is actually going to be in the battle. There's the official battle as Higginbottom is going to drop back and be side by side with the 21 of Sean Pierce, who has been through a lot in this one, being involved in incidents and also with I believe it's two EOLs thus far. Hopefully no more than that.
Yeah, it's certainly been a rough go for the driver of the number 21, but he's going to look to get back in this one yet with just under 100 laps to go. As you see, Tanton Woldridge, he is leading the charge of drivers who have been working their way from the back to the front, currently running in that 5th position, but none of them have really been able to make any moves. They're stalled out here in, just outside the top 5. Woldridge, Tufts, Roy, Messer. Of course, Ryan Messer was the absolute dominant car in the early going. He has led the most laps in this race. Now he finds himself mired in traffic, and maybe that dirty air, being stuck in traffic, is not helping that one car, as he's going to close the bumper on Brent Roy, a de facto teammate with Brent Roy, driving the Stuart Friesen car that came out of the Ryan Motorsports shop for the Pro Stock 250. But Regan, DJ Casey is looking like he could be the driver to beat. He has opened up the gap. He has taken control of this race so far in the second half. And again, we say it, the first half he ran second and third, was in the mix, but was kind of just saving his stuff. We saw at one point when Caden Tufts got to his rear bumper, he kind of pulled over and let him go and just saved his stuff. Potentially a bit of contact there at one point. He fell back to about the 6th or 7th position, but it kind of worked in his favor because he was able to avoid some of the wrecks that occurred. Now he has found his position in the lead, opening up a huge gap as we see the 64 finally make the move on Travis Roma. And Travis Roma is in a dangerous spot on the outside because there is a train of cars coming on the bottom. Travis Roma could fall outside the top 5 as look out, Tanton Woldridge up to position number 4 as we see another battle back there with Sean Pierce. Caden Tufts,
we got to focus on the front.
Woldridge. Yes, we have a great battle up here. I guess Travis Roma's getting freight trained on the outside. You see it at Talladega where they lose the draft. Not so much the draft here at the short track, Regan. Just old tires in the outside groove are not a great combination. As Ryan Messer might be making a move inside of Brent Roy. He is. Ryan Messer might get a 2-for-1 special. He's going to clear Brent Roy. That will allow Travis Roma to slide back down in front of the one car, but Ryan Messer has decided it's go time.
Absolutely is. Yeah, there were a bunch of battles going on back here. Sean Pierce was involved. Kenny McKenzie Jr. falling back on the high side, but it seems like we're seeing a lot of cases here where the high side really having a disadvantage here on this run, and also tire wear might be coming into play as, again, the 38 Travis Roma really falling back after he was in second at one point, then fell to third behind Jared Ireland. And now Roma's starting to fall back as Ryan Messer looks to pounce on the 38. Andy Hurdle, Kenny McKenzie Jr., Mark Cox going at it back here towards the back of the field as McKenzie Jr. continues to fall back. He was originally in like 10th at one point, but he's really been having some trouble. It's now Darcy Ford, Tanton Woldridge, and Caden Tufts look to pounce on the number 13 to get past him for the second position here, as we are now, I believe it'll be lap 170 of 250. And I don't mean to potentially jinx anything, but we're getting a long run.
This is the longest run of the race so far. The drivers have kind of found a groove and are biding their time. We saw the calamity that ensued in the second half of the first half of the race. As, oh my goodness, the 64, he sent it into turns 1 and 2 and drifted way up the track. And there's a move, Ryan Messer. He sees the battle raging for second, and he made the move on Travis Roma. Ryan Messer is going to move into position number 6. Regan, we're starting to see the contenders come alive here in the closing laps. This one's not over. DJ Casey might have the lead, but he better watch his mirror because there's some big names coming to the front.
Oh, caution. Where is this?
Oh, on the front stretch possibly. There was one that looked to be sideways. They may have gotten righted. but that will bring an end to this long green flag run.
Yeah, I know I jinxed it.
There's a car. You see it there. There was a car parked. Possibly, is that
Oh,
Doucette?
yeah. That's Tyler Doucette that went around on the front straightaway. I wonder if it might have been contact.
See here. He's all by himself, Regan.
Just lost it.
Just lost it.
Oh. Yikes. So yeah, just a self spin. I wonder if maybe that had something to do with maybe using up the tires too much or just simply lost it. I think I heard
Regan,
he will be the wave around.
under this caution, if you're Travis Roma, you are leading laps, you are making a charge to the front. As we see Kenny McKenzie Jr. going to pit, he's going to get tires. This could change everything. Of course, we've said it's been documented 2 sets of tires, 2 extra sets on top of the set that they start with that drivers can play with here. And Kenny McKenzie Jr. is going to put some on his car. But if you're Travis Roma, you were up front leading laps, and now you sank. You went from first to 8th. Why not pit now? You're losing track position. The handling is fading on the car. This seems like a time for someone like that to make a pit stop and make a late charge here with just over 75 laps to go. A lot can still happen. There's still a lot of time to get back to the front, but the later we go with 20 cars in the lead lap, the harder it will be to come to the front on fresh tires.
Indeed. So Tyler Doucette actually is not the wave around I believe because of that incident that just happened there. So again, we saw cars down pit road. Tyler Doucette fixing his car from that crash. Kenny McKenzie Jr. and Sean Pierce on pit road as well. Some interesting decisions from those guys. 4 tires, maybe even some repairs as well. So we'll have to see how that plays out as the race goes on. As, yeah, again, DJ Casey currently leading the way with Jared Ireland, Darcy Ford up there. 2 Canadian Motorsports Network competitors doing really well. But you're seeing this group here, the 28, 0, 1, and 26 are all up there trying to fight for something. They've got the speed. We'll just have to wait and see how this next run is going to go, as I believe the pace car might be going off this time. We'll have to see. We're still going. Nope, it's coming off this time. Here we go, lap 173 at 250. Back on the way. Oh no, Ryan Messer around. Big crash on the restart. A parking lot again.
What just happened? Oh, leaders better check out. They're coming. They get woed up, but oh my goodness.
Come on.
I don't even know what happened there, Regan. I just saw the one of Ryan Messer, the dominant car from the early goings, kind of flying through the air. We'll have to get a replay here and see what exactly occurred, but calamity on that one. So he's outside of Caden Tufts. You see Tanton Rowan. Travis Roma got into the back of Ryan Messer and sent him into Corbin McCauley, and everybody piled in. And the crowd in Harvey, New Brunswick is not going to like that one.
Indeed. Nova Scotia versus New Brunswick, basically, right there. But that's absolutely...
Ricky Miller. Hard hit in the driver's door.
That's going to be, again, huge for the number 1 who was charging his way back up, and then that happened. Oh, my gosh. You can look at the car. Look at the hits you can see back there, too.
So basically, everyone from about 6th on back pretty well collected some sort of damage in that one. So you see here, I don't understand. It's almost like everybody in the middle of the pack was anticipating the start. You see Ryan start to go, but the 28 at Tanton Woolridge and everyone in front doesn't go. So Ryan checks off, but it's like Travis Roma wasn't really anticipating them to check up, and when Ryan Messer checked up, it was just nowhere for anyone to go, and the field piles in. Maybe we'll get one more look at that and maybe get it slowed down or something, see what we got. But unfortunate wreck there, and that's... I guess, Regan, we kind of jinxed it. We said about how clean this was going, and, well, now it's not. Oh, look at this shot. Wow. Some big hits there. Oh, Sean Pierce just absolutely drove over the back of someone in the back
Jeez.
of the pack. Wow.
Yeah, it's like Jesse Thompson said, I believe it was back at the first Oyster Bed Speedway race for the Super Late Model Series. He was like, wow, there's going to be some fireworks here tonight.
Absolutely, and fireworks have flown. It's been a wild night, Regan. We are still about not quite 75 laps to go after that altercation on that restart, but we had documented how clean the second half had been going, and well, potentially just gone all out the window. Hopefully, everyone gets settled back in, and we get another run here. Um, but for DJ Casey, obviously, it's going to help him to see some of his heavy hitter competition involved in that wreck. And it will certainly change the dynamic, because it looks like he is going to possibly choose the outside here, or maybe we're not quite crossing up yet.
I
But
don't think so just yet, as Andy Hurdle's trying to figure something out here.
is that our free pass, potentially, what's going on
That,
here?
don't know for sure. Maybe trying to figure that out. But yeah, I'm seeing in the comments here. Yeah, where's Chucky from Oyster Bed? Yeah, we could maybe use him here.
Yes, absolutely.
So, still trying to figure things out here. I don't know if I'll get a communication as to what is exactly going on. Something up with the number 7 Rampage Coffee Co. Chevrolet late model stock of Andy Hurdle. Okay, I'm guessing everyone's passing the pace car, and then Andy Hurdle stays where he is. This is my first time doing a big event like this, like a late model short track event where we have such certain rules and such a format for how this all works. And we've been through a lot of glitches. Again, this is for a lot of us, this is a first time situation. So of course there's going to be some things that happen, but for the racing in general, when there's no incidents that have occurred, this has still been a very competitive and fun race.
The entertainment value has been very high with all of the adversity that many of the drivers throughout the field have faced here tonight. It has really set a dynamic that we really didn't expect, I don't think. You know what? I think you normally expect in any given race to see a couple cautions in the middle of the pack, where there's typically a lot of hard battles and not a lot of room to work with. But we've seen the chaos even up front, as we're still sorting through some lapped cars here, it looks like, and getting the lineup corrected. But with about 75 laps to go here, the question now remains, is it DJ Casey's day? He's up front, he's got the lead, he's got the track position. It's one thing to catch someone, it's another thing to pass them. Well, so far, no one's even caught DJ Casey, let alone been able to pass him in this second half of this race. He has been setting sail. We'll see what he can do here in the closing laps of this one. But, we see Tanton Woolridge making some moves. And we had seen Ryan Messer making moves too, Regan. So him being collected on that wreck certainly is going to hurt, as he's still on pit road. We'll have to see if the one car can get back on the track, but if not, that's devastating for the driver that dominated the first half. And I will say, perhaps you look at how the race has played out and getting caught in that wreck. It all started with that earlier incident with Ricky Miller. We joked about how popular Ricky Miller is on PEI. I dare say he's not the most popular driver in New Brunswick after that incident just before the halfway point with Big Orange Ryan Messer.
That's certainly one way to put it, is, again, everyone's still trying to figure this out. I think it might be good from this point, potentially. Although the 98 is still up there. Looks like he might be dropping back now. I mean, there was stuff that happened earlier. We were able to figure it out, so I'm sure in no time that we will be able to get back to green for this, and no more harm can be done. But again, you know, first time doing this, so stuff's going to happen. It's the way it is. We're learning as we go, and we're just, again, there's still plenty of time for us to have a thrilling finish to this first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 here at the virtual South Boston Speedway. And we're seeing a lot of back and forth drivers coming in and out for the victory. Again, DJ Casey was up there a lot early in the race, and now he's come back to assert dominance here so far. Jared Ireland, Darcy Ford making their way up here after earlier being more towards the middle of the pack. Jared Ireland's been kind of that quiet sleeper through all of this. And then, of course, you have these guys like Tannen Wooldridge, Caden Tufts, Brent Roy, even Eric Corbin McCauley in there as well. They've all been very fast and have been up there, but there has been stuff that has occurred throughout this race that has made them pretty inconsistent in terms of positioning. But again, based off of raw speed and pure talent that's been proven in this race, you still got to look at those, get that group right there, and you can't argue against them as being right there at the end to challenge for the win, as long as hopefully nothing else harmful happens with anyone.
Absolutely, and I mean, it remains to be seen how it will play out, but we've seen incidents like that on the restarts. That's kind of the big thing, Regan, is when you get those wrecks in front of the whole field that have collected multiple cars. Kind of unfortunate, but it's sometimes part of it. And, I'm thinking with the one car still sitting on pit road, this probably is going to be the end of the night for Ryan Messer, the end of the line for the driver who, for much of the night, was the dominant factor. And even after that incident with Ricky Miller just before the halfway break, ever since then he's been charging back to the front and putting on a show for the fans. And it's definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow, to take the fastest car and not bring it home in victory lane. But you gotta be there all race and gotta survive. And we said that from the start. This could be a race of attrition. It sure has seemingly played out that way, but it also opens the door for some of the drivers who haven't been in the picture to maybe make something happen.
Indeed. So the pace car lights are off. I got the official confirmation that we will be going single file for this restart. So we are going green this time. Again, single file. Don't know if that will be for the rest of the night, but we will see. Let's just get this race back underway. First of all, back to green on lap 174 of 250. DJ Casey leading the way. And this has definitely helped us a little bit more of a clean restart after what just happened there with Ryan Messer and a bunch of other cars. As Tannen Wooldridge looks to charge on the 64 for, I believe that's going to be for the third position. Again, it seems like ticker and timing screen stuff still might be going through a little bit of chaos here.
Nevertheless.
Oh, there's the caution again. Looks like nothing may have happened with anyone.
Would this potentially be a caution due to scoring glitches?
It might be. I don't see any issues with anyone in particular, although I will, just to be safe, we will, I don't know, maybe... That is not what I'm looking for. There we go. Yeah, I don't really think anything really happened there. It's probably just, it might be because of scoring errors by the looks of it. Whether I get a confirmation or not here in a little bit as we still try to settle through all this. Again, still plenty of time until we get to the finish, so again, we'll just try to keep our fingers crossed that something works out and we can try to make it to the end, try to stay positive. It's kind of hard to, but I'm hearing, it's basically all, it's good old iRacing scoring errors all over the place. Definitely
Well,
not the best way to have this first event, that's for sure.
well, we see it sometimes, even on the top level of the NASCAR Cup Series, where sometimes technology doesn't work as according to plan, and it's one of those deals that when it happens, you just work through it, deal with it, and get it fixed up, and keep going with the competition. But what we do know for sure is that DJ Casey is. Oh, did I just see a Ryan Messer sighting back on the track?
With a little damage.
With a little damage. I wonder if he was able to get out and stay on the lead lap, because that could be a factor yet in this race. But as it goes on, it's seeming more and more like this could be DJ Casey's race now. The way that it's played out, and we don't know who might be saving their stuff. Regan, we saw at the end of the first half where some drivers had burnt it all up by the time we got to the finish of the first 125. So that could be the case again here. But one thing's for sure, we're going to find out in the final 73 laps of this one.
So as we continue to try and figure this out, we might as well maybe go through. I have a race summary tab here, and I am honestly kind of terrified to witness it. Or click on it, witness it, see it, analyze it, review it, all the above it. We certainly haven't had 4 cautions, that's for sure.
I feel like there has been significantly more than that. Maybe 14 is probably a little more accurate.
Say that number again?
14? Maybe it's missing maybe they forgot to carry the 1 there.
I don't know. Is the weather info accurate? Okay, so we're seeing cars coming down pit road, actually.
Oh, is there precipitation? Is that what we got going on
Okay, don't start with that now. Well, I mean, to be fair, iRacing is bringing rain to the service in the future. So, I mean...
So we see Brent Roy was stopped in the middle of pit road here.
I'm going to imagine we're just trying to figure out the scoring situation here. I'm just going to assume that with absolutely everything that's being witnessed here. Folks, we do apologize for some of the inconveniences that we are seeing here, but we are desperately trying to figure this out and make sure we have a proper lineup that can keep us going. Yeah, it's like we see in the chat here. We can call it a rain delay. Maybe it is precipitation, which definitely not the most positive or comfortable topic to talk about in the region here, knowing how much Mother Nature has incredibly affected racing all across the Maritimes, like especially with like the super late model series. Local tracks have had to do a lot of shifting with their schedules. There's been a lot of conflicts because, again, obviously this weekend, Oyster Bed Speedway, Scotia Speed World, there's stuff going on there. Super Late Model Series season finale that's coming up at Petty International Raceway still staying on its firm date so far, but one thing at Petty that for sure was affected and had to be moved into October for Thanksgiving weekend was the Mike Stevens Memorial, which includes the 250 lap feature that has run, again, in honor of Mike Stevens for years now. Personally, all I'm hoping is that whenever the Mike Stevens comes around, there's no weather that weekend, and we can finally end the racing season off on a high note.
Absolutely. It's been a rough year in that sense, and as it winds down, we want to finish strong. Looks like a little bit of a parking lot coming out of the pits, and Regan, maybe some of these drivers need to gas up after all the caution laps we've run, sorting out these scoring issues. So that could be a fuel pit stop as well here, taking advantage of this yellow flag period.
Well, we see the pit stop times. I don't think they even matter anyways, because quite literally this is pretty much all trying to figure out scoring and such. So, I mean, I know in past races I have joked around with my regular color commentator, Jordy Caraher, where we, if a car wrecks out, DNFs, whatever, maybe, and if they're, like, let's say they're still in the server, just waiting it out, they'll have like a pit stop time that goes up to like a 1,000, like up to 1,000. I know for the first special event that we had a couple months ago was a GT3 race at the Daytona Road Course. And, well, to say the least, we had a car that I think might have... I'm trying to remember specifically. I know it was in the thousands. I don't know if it was in the 10,000s. But there was a car that was in their pit stall trying to break a Guinness World Record. And I don't know, maybe drivers are trying to do that right now. Again, we're trying to figure something out here with the iRacing scoring, of course. And, yeah, we're seeing here in the chat, Cash Bridges saying, been one heck of a long season. But, yeah, I mean... It is what it is. We're trying to battle through it as much as possible, trying to be more positive than negative and just be grateful that we're even able to race it all, especially remembering all the difficulties of the COVID-19 pandemic a couple of years ago. So, in general, just being able to have racing at all, trying to stay in that mindset because obviously, there's been a lot of drama this year. But again, it's just the way it goes.
You mentioned the COVID-19 pandemic. Thankfully, we have moved on from that. But you look at iRacing and what happened during that time. That's really when iRacing got a huge spotlight, huge limelight. It was able, that's where a lot of people were able to get their racing fix from. And it kind of led to what we see tonight with these big events such as the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. And, it comes back as... we work under this delay with, looks like 72 laps to go. The field that was assembled for this race tonight, you look at so many big stars, both in real-life racing and in virtual racing, and it's really lived up to the hype with the show on the track. Start to finish, we've seen lots of battles. I think just about every single driver in this field has found their way inside the top 10, if not inside the top 5. There's been a significant contingent that has worked their way up to battle for the lead. We saw Brian Messer leading laps, DJ Casey leading laps, Tanton Woolridge leading laps, Caton Tufts has been challenging, Travis Roma, of course, Jared Ireland, Ricky Miller, so many contenders in this one, and needless to say, it's not over yet as we're starting to see a few more cars roll back on the track as we look to settle the balance of this one. The final 72 laps of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250 around South Boston Speedway as the field will assemble. Looks like they're going to assemble here in turn number 4, Regan, and in the proper formation, just as if it was the start of the race all over again. And I don't know, I see a Ryan Messer looking like he's close to the front. We'll see how this all shakes out when we get ready to come back to green.
We're pretty much just all keeping our fingers crossed that the iRacing scoring system will be good here as DJ Casey pulls ahead of everyone. Jared Ireland kind of getting that a little bit late there as the pace car tries to catch up as well. Again, as an AI, obviously. But again, race control and admins trying to relay to the drivers, figuring out how this can all get done. Currently 10:20 p.m. Eastern, 11:20 p.m. Atlantic time. At this point, we would imagine that we would maybe be just past 50 laps, or even which is way closer to the finish than where we are right now. But it can only take a miracle from the racing gods that we can try and get some form of a finish out of this race, however it may be, however it turns out. Because again, too, and it's just been very unfortunate knowing how competitive this race has been whenever all the incidents haven't been happening and such. Because again, DJ Casey's been up here as we've been talking about. Jared Ireland, Darcy Ford, and Corbin McCauley as top contenders as regular Canadian Motorsports Network drivers. And then again, Woolridge, Tufts, Messer, Roy, all those guys out there as well. Ricky Miller surging his way up from the very back after crashing out in heat race number 3. Kenny McKenzie Jr. trying to be up here as well. And there's other names, too, that you can throw into a hat that have made an appearance up here of some kind. So, again, we're still trying to figure this all out, and hopefully we will be able to go back to green with, again, the proper timing and scoring and, maybe try to keep this as clean as possible and make it to the finish somehow.
Somehow, that's a great way to put it, with 72 to go. And Regan, this little bit of a delay kind of changes the dynamic for the drivers. They're all in the zone, they're all up on the wheel, they're all focused. Well, now everything's kind of gotten shaken up a little bit. They've had to break their focus. The tires have had lots of time to cool down. So many factors here that this extended caution period, it could change the outcome when we go back green flag racing.
So pace car lights are still on. Everyone double file is again still trying to figure this all out. Hopefully drivers can be put into their proper positions here. Okay, I'm hearing just getting word here that we're at 2 laps to green, and we're hoping to the racing gods that iRacing can finally give us proper timing and scoring. If not, man, there's pretty much no other words to say. We could literally put this anyway. It just seems like the racing gods are trying to give us more circumstances and factors relating to what's been a dramatic racing season all across the Maritimes. Like, it's been dramatic, but at the same time, it's been competitive and historical at every single track and with every single series, especially with Speed Weekend earlier in the month. And we still have the Oyster Bed Speedway season finale. Petty's got their stuff, Speedway 660 as well. So we're going to try and go back to green here, and hopefully the leaderboard will work.
Fingers crossed as we barrel off into turn number 1.
We are green.
We are green, and DJ Casey is back out front. He's going to look to set sail as Tanton Woolridge is trying to make the outside look work on the 64 of Darcy Ford. Jared Ireland has slid back into position number 2. Now Woolridge to the bottom, to the inside, looking for position number 3. He has decided it's go time, and look at Big Orange. Ryan Messer is back in the mix. Don't count him out. You can never count out Big Orange. The extended caution, he was able to make some repairs and looks like regain his position after that early wreck. And someone's up the track.
Oh, Jason Butler.
10. He was spent much of the race in the pits, and slow car impeding progress as Corbin McCauley and Travis Roma work inside. And Regan, that was a close call.
Absolutely was a close call, as we're getting a lot of close racing here. Lap cars in the way, quote unquote. Again, when you see the ticker, it's not perfectly accurate, but we're seeing lap cars here in the way. Chris Bingley and Tyler Doucette right in front.
Caden Tufts.
Yeah, Caden Tufts is making his way up. Tanner Woolridge as well. Ireland and Ford are stuck up to the outside. This is going to be huge for the 0-0, the 28, and also as well the 26 eventually, whenever he's able to make his way past the 64, if at all. Ryan Messer waiting to pounce in case anything happens up front here.
Well, I don't know where these lap cars came from, but it has really stirred the pot up near the front, and it's also allowed DJ Casey to pull away as he cut through just like a hot knife through butter. And now Caden Tufts will be the next one to break through and emerge, and Casey doesn't have that big of a lead, and with Tufts and Woolridge on the charge, as is Brent Roy, I guess this one is just not over, Regan. It's been one of those nights you cannot predict what will happen, as even Ryan Messer is back in the mix. How many times did we say that the dominant driver might be out of it? And yet again, it's not over till it's over.
So again, Woolridge trying to get past Tyler Doucette here to charge his way up to the front, where Caden Tufts, again, where the heck is his name? There we go. Caden Tufts, yeah, trying to, I would imagine this is going for the lead here against the number 94 DJ Casey. Through turns 1 and 2, down the back straightaway. Again, leaderboard not being great with me at all.
It looks like the battle on the leaderboard for position number 6 is actually the battle for the lead.
Okay,
so the top 5 appear to be listed incorrectly. Everyone else should be in the correct order, and it's Caden Tufts up to second, up to the rear bumper of DJ Casey. Caden Tufts battled with Ryan Messer in the first half, but We saw what happened. The spin. Caden Tufts had to go to the back, as did so many others. But now he is up to second. He sees DJ Casey in front, and he's going to look to the bottom. DJ Casey slams the door that time by. Caden Tufts is going to have to regroup, but he has the speed. He has the faster car, and don't look now, Regan. There's lap traffic in front of both of these drivers.
Indeed, so yes, I guess that's what we just learned here. 6th on the ticker is actually who the leader is. 1st through 5th is completely glitched. For whatever reason, I don't know if that's an iRacing thing, or perhaps maybe there is something going on with the application that I'm using for timing screen, cameras, all that, and working with the ticker graphics and such. But 6th through 10th right there is your official top 5. So you got to pay attention to that. Oh, no!
Wow. What just happened? The race leaders at
Where
lap
did Tufts
traffic.
go?
Oh my goodness. I have no words, Regan. What just happened?
What in the world?
And so who is DJ Casey still appears to be the race leader. Caden Tufts, what a heartbreaker. And now Tanton Woolridge is up to position number 2, but Regan, oh my goodness, I have no words. This night has been insane as we are 54 laps to go this time across the line, I believe, assuming that the lap counter is going to be correct.
Caution.
There's the caution.
Oh, and it's the number
Brent
26 of Brent Roy going around by the looks of it.
He was position number 3 at the time.
Indeed he was, so he's making his way back up, so we're gonna... He's trying to pass other cars there as well. Maybe tap the wall there, trying to get past some, but... Hopefully just making his way back out to his proper position and not... Oh my.
Maybe not happy with someone.
Again,
it's been a long race, Regan. And,
we'll take the
Oh.
Hang on. We're getting there. Oh, boy.
Yep, he had some help.
Yeah, we'll try this angle.
Yeah, I don't even... Yeah.
Oh, boy. What else is new?
Do we have our replay of the Caden Tufts incident?
I can try.
Let's see if we got that.
Sure.
So this should be it here. They're coming off of turn 4, and the lap car was in the way. I don't know what the lap car was doing in the middle of the track.
And the 75 disappeared too.
Yeah, just a wild turn of events, but you have the lap car in the way and just really nowheres to go. Casey's able to somewhat avoid, and it just left no room for Tufts, and he ends up in the inside wall, and it seems like that will end the race for Caden Tufts, and you got to give credit where credit's due. He battled hard. He fought all race long, and if he had been able to pull off the win, he certainly would have deserved it, but it just was not meant to be, and for him, it's even if he gets back on track, it will be too little too late. He's down several laps, and with this few laps to go, Regan, that's about all she wrote.
So at this point, it just seems like the mindset's going to be we just got to try and make it to the end, because this definitely has been, as you said, a very dramatic race that we've had here tonight, both between multiple incidents galore. We've had multiple drivers going at it for the win, had wild battles towards the halfway break, and iRacing timing and scoring glitches. We've had pretty much everything happen here in this first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 for the Canadian Motorsports Network Special Events League, and I can tell you for sure that unless I'm...
That's the 00.
I'm confused, because Caden Tufts said he was DQ'd, and yet he's still here. At this point, I'm not surprised by anything else.
As Kyle Busch once famously said, I'm not surprised by anything, congratulations.
I'm personally just waiting to see what people are going to be saying after this. I don't think I'll even want to just go right to bed and just be like, okay, read it all in the morning during some college class, whatever.
We talked about the fireworks, and there's been fireworks. It's hopefully we get the field re-racked for this restart.
Brent Roy was stopped there for a second. Now he's gotten back going. It looks like he's coming down the pit lane, maybe? Or just waiting for cars. Looks like just waiting. Absolutely no idea what's going on there. And again, the leaderboard should still be accurate from about fifth on back with DJ Casey, Tanton Wooldridge, and I believe Ryan Messer leading the way currently in the podium positions.
Well, the leaderboard shows Ricky Miller as the leader, and if you look at how
Ricky,
Ricky is positioned in the race lead at the moment.
Yeah, someone's saying turn off cautions, just let him go for the final. I mean, I don't know.
That would be fitting after the way this has gone tonight. Just let him brawl.
I don't know. For all of you still here in the chat, I mean, I won't ask if you've been enjoying this, but has this certainly been a race for you to witness? I'll put it that way. Certainly an event to witness, because again, time trial qualifying went spectacular. That was very fun. The first two heat races went well. Third heat race had a bit of a thing happen, but we were able to get through it. And then for the feature, it seemed like we were going well for like the first 50 laps or so, 50, 60 laps, whatever it was, with 2 long green flag runs. But now it's become a different story, which I am very much questioning the halfway break, knowing how things are going now. But again, though, for the type of person I am, I'm just like, again, first event, we're all learning things. I don't know.
We're learning a lot right here.
Sorry?
We're learning a lot right here, just trying to figure out, the way the scoring has played out with seemingly somehow Ricky Miller in the lead.
Yeah, someone's saying, is the point entertainment? Well, I mean, again, the race has been competitive. We've seen a lot of drivers. Yes.
The first half was very compelling with
Absolutely.
all kinds of adversity. We saw Ryan Messer lead most of the laps, but he had quite a few different battles with quite a few different drivers who looked to apply some pressure. But then kind of since the halfway break, we did have a nice long green flag run, but just a bit of chaos. And Regan, it looks like Ricky Miller is somehow the race leader. Could you imagine that? What a story this could be. 54 laps to go. We're going to go back green flag racing with the pride of Prince Edward Island showing the way.
So yeah, pretty much just look like a case. We just got to make it to the end. We just got to stick with the iRacing scoring, whatever. However it may be, as Ricky Miller is apparently the race leader now with Dave Horton and Sean Pierce rounding out the podium spots so far. Andy Hurdle, fourth, DJ Casey, Wooldridge, and Messer. Those three guys are going to try and make their way around everybody here, beginning with the 94 against the number 7 here for the 4th position. Yeah, just reading the chat too. Yes, people have definitely been entertained, and it's definitely been eventful. But
it certainly has been.
Yeah, and I don't blame anyone for being confused about this, because again, too, especially with the Oyster Bed Speedway title sponsor, a lot of people just tuning in for the first time to something like this. It's definitely very confusing. But we're trying our best. We want to just try and get the race done and over with. That's what matters the most. Is Ricky Miller has taken 50 laps to go in the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway, 250. The number 71 again started back in 24th or something like that after crashing out in heat number 3. And now he's made his way up to the front. He was originally in the first half of the race making his way up to the front, and then an incident happened that resulted in Ryan Messer going around. Oh, and it looks like there's trouble here. Oh no, the 96 just coming down the backstretch pit lane. So that's going to give his spot up to Andy Hurdle, who will take the second spot. We'll see here what Horton's going to do, if anything. Repairs, gas, I don't know what it might be there. It could literally be anything, but again, Ricky Miller continuing to lead the way here. Lap 204 at 250. We see back here DJ Casey trying to make his way up to the rear bumper of Canadian Motorsports Network competitor Andy Hurdle, and it looks like there's trouble for the 64 of Darcy Ford as the caution comes out again. He'll make his way down pit road, the front stretch, pit lane at least.
Hopefully this will be a little bit of a quickie yellow. It looks like there's not too much to clean up there on the track. And is Darcy Ford, who was looks like 2 laps down, had a good run going earlier. Regan was in the top 3 or the top 5, but we'll see what happens here. We got Troy Burke, Chris Bingley, and he just gets into the side of Bingley and loops it. Single car incident, and he'll take a pit side and try to get the damage repaired.
So yeah, Ford came up the track right there into the left side of the 84. Chris Bingley deflects him down into the inside wall in the backstretch, so the caution comes out for that. And with that being said, 46 laps remaining in this Oyster Bed Speedway 250 as Darcy Ford again coming down pit road. And I would imagine Ricky Miller still leading the way here. Andy Hurdle and DJ Casey rounding out the podium as Tanton Wooldridge still here in 4th. Sean Pierce in 5th. Ryan Messer 6th. Corbin McCauley 7th. Brent Roy 8th. Chris Bingley apparently in the 9th position. Travis Roma in 10th.
How about that? This restart should benefit DJ Casey because he will now restart inside of row number 2. The 7 of Hurdle, someone that we haven't seen a lot of all night. I feel like this is a good chance for DJ Casey to maybe make a move and get on into that second position. And once he does that, look out Ricky Miller. He's going to have a mirror full of the 94. And likewise, watch Wooldridge, watch Messer, even Brent Roy. Talk another driver up and down night. These drivers that were up front early just have not had the best luck getting back to the front after their earlier incidents. So, with 46 laps to go, we'll see how this one ends. Hopefully it'll be a green flag run, and we'll see who saved enough stuff to hang on for a wild ride to the finish.
Absolutely. So it looks like, I believe, only 17 cars might be remaining in this one, as it appears Tyler Doucette, actually, we're going back green, but Darcy Cudmore, Mark Cox, Kenny McKenzie Jr., Daniel Cudmore, Ricky Arbo, Jason Butler, and Ryan Myers all look like they're out of this race. So it appears only 17 cars remain in the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 here, as we will approach 45 laps to go with Ricky Miller and the number 71 Miller Boys Racing. I believe that's a Ford late model stock leading the way.
DJ Casey putting the pressure, looking to the inside.
Applying pressure on the inside line, of course, through turns 3 and 4 off the final corner. Hurdle up into the wall. Casey is going to clear the 7. The 7 will drop back. No, actually won't. He'll be side by side with the number 28 of Tannen Wooldridge down the back straightaway.
So now the battle for the lead. This is what the fans have waited and stayed for through all the cautions, through all the delays. The cream has risen back to the top. Ricky Miller from 24th to 1st, showing the way, but he's got some fast cars in his mirror with DJ Casey and Tanton Wooldridge as Wooldridge battles inside of Hurdle. And look at Corbin McCauley back into the top 5.
Wooldridge had to dive really down pretty much below the apron there through turns 1 and 2. Wooldridge and Hurdle are really going at it here for the 3rd position. It looks like the 28 might clear the way here, indeed he will. McCauley also clearing the number 21 of Sean Pierce as Brent Roy tries to pounce as well in towards the top 5. Oh, and here we go. New leader, DJ Casey, well, actually, I wouldn't say technically new leader, but either way, DJ Casey back to the lead, we'll put it that way. According to the driver info tab, he's led 38 laps. Honestly, I would even question that with the iRacing time and scoring, but Number 94 back to the lead here in the OBS 250. Ricky Miller will drop back to second. Looks like Brent Roy trying to get past Sean Pierce here for the 6th position. He will. So the 26 trying to make his way back up to the front after, again, it looked like he was going to go for the lead towards the halfway break, and then he spun out on his own in turns 3 and 4. He's trying to find redemption after what happened earlier in some instances that happened throughout the race. We have repeated that way too many damn times.
But you know what, Regan? As DJ Casey is, we got to car in the wall. Keep it going, buddy. Come on, get to the pits. You can do it.
Ireland, we got to keep this thing going, man.
Keep the pedal down. There he goes. Look at that. That's good sportsmanship. He's going to pull it into the pits, and we are going to stay green with 35 to go. But regardless of how timing and scoring has looked, there has been no question in the second half of this race. It's been DJ Casey's race to lose. He has been in command for the majority, and even if he hasn't been on top of the scoring pylon, he has probably been the fastest and most consistent driver. He's been smooth. He has stayed out of trouble, and it's paying off. We saw him kind of riding in the first half. Oh, no. There's the caution. With 34 laps to go, we're going to re-rack him and try again, and I don't know if some of these guys got the memo about the yellow.
I think that might have been the 84 of Chris Bingley potentially in that one. We'll have to look at the replay, because if it was him, I think he may have... Yeah, here we go. I think there might have been a disconnection moment or something. Oh, not clear.
Not clear.
And then he's gone. I wonder if that might potentially be a disqualification.
Likely the end of the night for the 84. Always ironic when the race director gets disqualified.
Brent Roy's still going. Somehow.
Brent Roy is still going.
Honestly, I'd even be questioning... knowing him, I'm surprised that he's been able to keep going with this. And this applies to everyone else in this race. So...
Absolutely.
Now,
when we talk about the strategy, who has taken their sets of tires? Look at that. Ryan Messer and Travis Roma are in the pits. Everybody's got 2 sets of tires. We're not 100% sure who's taken what for tires yet. But you and I know, Regan, that Ryan Messer lost a Pro Stock 250 only 2 weeks ago by someone taking tires with about this many 35, 38 laps to go. Could Ryan Messer change the fortunes here tonight? There's only 12 cars on the lead lap. What better time to take the gamble, mount up some fresh rubber, and make one final charge in the closing laps? I'm not sure what happened here, Regan. DJ Casey was scored as the leader, but he's no longer running in that first position. I don't know what occurred under this caution flag, but Ricky Miller is pacing the field again.
The best response you're going to get out of me at this point is color me shocked.
It's been one of those unpredictable nights, and hey, look at that. That's the driver that I picked to win in qualifying is restarting position number 2 here, as Ricky Miller has somehow once again found his way back to the lead. Just incredible turn of events that's benefited him, and we'll see if he can hold off Tanton Woolridge here with 33 laps remaining. As you look in behind the 71, and Woolridge is going to get close. He's going to put the bumper. The 71's a little bit of loose. He's getting maybe a little help from the 28. What's the 28 going to do? Looks like the 71 maybe has burnt up the tires a little bit. Now Woolridge looks high. He looks low. He's going to get the nose underneath. He's on the apron. Not quite going to make it stick. Ricky Miller continues to lead Regan, but Tanton Woolridge is applying the pressure.
Indeed, so I think the leaderboard is finally, again, accurate somehow, as, again, we continue to look here at the rear chase camera of Ricky Miller trying to defend off Tanton Woolridge. Again, this is an Oyster Bed Speedway driver versus a regional series young phenom. Meanwhile, you got the Canadian Motorsports Network competitors in Andy Hurdle and Corbin McCauley challenging from behind. Brent Roy trying to make his way up. Ryan Messer all the way back in the 9th position by the looks of it. So kind of hounded back towards the back. Again, we were talking about DJ Casey. He's all the way back here, marred in the 11th position, trying to get past Travis Roma to get into the top 10. Not clear.
I wonder if DJ Casey, maybe Regan, maybe it was fuel. Maybe he needed to gas up after all of the caution laps. And, what an unfortunate turn of events. It's not over yet, but he's got his work right in front of him as here comes Tanton Woldridge on the outside.
Brent Roy,
what a save. Oh, my goodness. Brent Roy against the inside walls, hanging on to that 5th spot. But the battle is on with 25 laps to go here. Oh, man. Tanton Woldridge is going to make the move on the outside. Can he clear? New race leader, it's Tanton Woldridge.
The number 28 Lamb Concrete, late model stock driving for Trevor Lamb Racing, takes the lead. He's doing themselves proud. Honestly, if they're tuned in, I wonder how they've been reacting to this race, honestly. But I guess this might be the best way to, end it all off, seeing the number 28 still potentially somehow end up in victory lane. Yes, Denver's winner pick here up front. Other than that, not too many changes from the back so far. It would take quite the miracle to have the racing gods give us a finish to the green from here with only 14 cars remaining in the race. So, if I do the math, we're close to only half the field remaining. But it looks like Woldridge has gained about a half a second lead as Andy Hurdle looks down to the inside of Ricky Miller for the 2nd position. And behind them for 4th, Corbin McCauley and Brent Roy going at it here. And behind them, it's pretty much a single file with Sean Pierce, Ty Higginbottom, and Scott Nigas right there. McCauley a little loose there off of turn 2, down the back straightaway. Woldridge with a really good lead here thus far. Oh, no.
And caution. And we're going to re-rack them, Regan, and we're going to try one more time.
Honestly, I would love to have a camera of like the POV of every single driver in this field for every single time a caution's come out, because it would not shock me if every single one of them saw a hand slamming the steering wheel.
It's been a race of attrition. We're pushing probably be 3 hours in length when the final checkered flag waves here, but
we started this 4.5 hours ago.
With time trials 4.5 hours ago, but Regan, I'm feeling pretty good about my pick. Tanton Woldridge has found his way back to the lead. We saw him get the lead just before halfway, and then something occurred. He ended up back at the back. He's been on the charge ever since, and finally it's paid off here in the closing laps. He is showing the way in the Trevor Lamb Racing machine. I think Ricky Miller may have burned the tires up a little bit, but we're going to see how this goes when we re-rack them and restack them for what's going to be an absolute Tuesday night shootout.
And whoa. Ricky Miller down pit road.
Maybe gas, maybe tires, like we said.
We'll have to see, because again, I believe we're going 1 to green this... Are we? Let me see if the car's double. No, not yet. But I have gotten the word. This might give you goosebumps in any sort of way, Denver. We're going to double file restarts from here on out.
Oh boy. So basically, this could get wild.
So Ricky Miller, it looks as though he's going to go for a potential strategy here. It might be his last set of extra tires, so we might be trying to play the long game here, knowing there's only 14 cars remaining.
Someone put in the chat here, Ob McDonald said that Ricky Miller needs a beer, and I think for anyone that drinks, we all do.
Yeah. I don't drink, but maybe this will convince me to. I'm going to get scolded for saying that. Zero professionalism.
Okay.
Anyways, here we go. Green flag. I believe it's going to be 32 laps to go, or no, it'll be 31 laps to go in the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 with Tanton Woldridge leading the way, Corbin McCauley in the second position, Andy Hurdle following in behind, Brent Roy and Sean Pierce. Rounding at the top 5 as DJ Casey goes to the inside of the 21.
Where did DJ Casey come from?
Somewhere.
It's been one of those nights, Regan, and now DJ Casey.
Oh my goodness, you're not clear just yet, Casey. I think he will be this time. Yes, he will.
Clear.
No, oh, never mind.
Oh my God.
Oh my. Oh.
Well, I think we just eliminated another half of the field.
I think we just had a bunch of cars quit.
I don't understand what was like. Sean Pierce has been in multiple wrecks tonight, and I just don't get that. You have a faster car, and you have DJ Casey coming back through the field, and it looks like he just drove through him. It's been a long, frustrating night, and I guess that just made it a long night for a lot of other people. So we're going to see the replay here, and Sean just... I don't even know how else to describe that, Regan, other than he just drove through him.
Basically.
Well, and...
Ooh.
Oh, boy. So, how many cars are left on the track here? I'm counting...
6, 7, 8. I think we have 9 left.
So we're down to the last 1/3 of the field here.
So yeah, out of that wreck, I believe we had Travis Roma, Sean Pierce, Ryan Messer, Darcy Ford, and Dave Horton all out. Again, though, a lot of them, their cars disappeared very quickly. So it wouldn't surprise me if it had something to do with the incident limit. But it also wouldn't surprise me if one or two or a couple of them decide to just straight up like exit the browser, straight up.
Well, we're in good spirits here in the chat. Cool Cat Pat says these DQs are brought to you by Dairy Queen. If you get DQ'd, grab a Blizzard.
I would absolutely love to do that, but we are literally almost into Wednesday. We're in the Atlantic time zone. We are 5 minutes away.
The 24 hours of Oyster Bed Speedway. I think, as Tim Carey might call it, tonight has been the Robbie McLean driving experience.
Robbie McLean driving experience, Ricky Miller driving experience. You can put it anyway.
Absolutely is. We're going to cross up and try double file restarts one more time. Regan, what happens if we get everybody disqualified? Do we just
don't make me think about that, please.
Oh, I'm about to award the pace car the victory here as we're going to get ready to go back green, and all of a sudden, Corbin McCauley, he was fast in time trials, but I feel like we haven't talked about him a lot because he really hasn't been in the top 5. He's going to restart in position number 2 as the pace car is off. The green flag is back in the air one more time.
Hopefully one more time as Tanton Woldridge leads the way side by side for the 3rd position. Brent Roy and Andy Hurdle going at it here. Fingers crossed, there's literally no contact. Never mind.
There's contact.
As soon as I say that, but just come out of the corners clean is all I ask for. I mean, it's good side-by-side racing, but I'm just hoping that there's not one moment of contact and then it just all is a free-for-all. Yep, it happened again.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, he's going to send him. No, it didn't work that time. We're going to have to keep an eye on. Oh, my gosh, the 26 very loose there off of turn 2.
Well, on the bright side here, Regan, if I'm a driver in the field, at this point, if you get disqualified, you're still getting the top 10. So there's not a whole lot to gain or lose here, as it looks like we're down to about 6 cars on the track. But despite all of this, we still have a battle for the lead. Tanton Woldridge and Corbin McCauley run positions number 1 and position number 2 with 14 laps remaining, now 13. The 28 versus the 17. Who's it going to be? It's we're about to find out. It's Davey Allison in the 28 maybe, but it's Tanton Woldridge in 2023. He's showing the way as Brent Roy continues to try to find a way around Hurdle in the 7. But we're getting down to it, Regan. 12 to go. You
know what? A name that I would argue to keep an eye on here. Remember, he pitted for tires. The 71 could charge his way up with 11, will be this time 11 laps to go. I don't know about the win. He's still 2 seconds behind, but there is a chance he could try to fight for a top 5 or a podium finish. Again, the 26 still trying to find a way to the number 7, and again, to seeing guys like Tanton, Brent, Ricky, and even DJ Casey is still, never mind, he's in his pit box. We'll completely ignore that. But some of these guys that have stayed here to make it till the end of this, what has been a race of attrition, absolutely. For sure. I guess praise to them somehow. I mean, quite frankly, Troy Burke is still in this race.
That's unbelievable. I think Troy Burke is about 19 laps down, and he is still going strong. He might even pick up a handful of spots as we have 9 laps to go, and Tanton Woolridge is beginning to open up the gap. With only 6 cars left, we might stay green to the end of this one, and if so, it's going to be all Tanton Woolridge all the way to the finish.
Oh,
I think
my goodness, the 17 got really loose. Yes,
Corbin McCauley is giving it everything that he has, trying to find some way, somehow, to close back in on the 28, but it might be too little, too late in this one, as we're going to come up on 6 laps to go. We might not be done wrecking yet, because Ricky Miller is getting aggressive for position number 5.
Indeed, so Ricky Miller trying to find something here on his new tires on the number 55, as again, Tanton Woolridge about over half a second leading over the 17 of Corbin McCauley. I don't think Brent might have anything enough for the number 7 unless Hurdle screws up big time, but this has been an incredible run for the number 7, who again just was very inconsistent in the recent 2023 NASCAR Series season. And again, on the short tracks, we haven't seen a whole lot out of him on the short tracks in particular, but for this first ever late model short track special event, he is putting on a clinic there in the 3rd position, looking to grab a podium spot. And now we are at, will it be 4 or 3? It'll be 3 laps to go in the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250, hosted by us here at the Canadian Motorsports Network with the Special Events League. And now coming to 2 laps to go for the number 28, Trevor Lamb Racing, late model stock, Tanton Woolridge, your pick, Denver. Unless something catastrophic happens here, I think the 28's on his way.
He's one of the top young talents in Atlantic Canada. He is a star here on iRacing, competing on the Maritime League of Legends, the East Coast International Pro Stock Tour, and the Super Late Model Series. He sees the white flag, Regan, down the backstretch. One more time, let's bring him home. It's Tanton Woolridge
he will
heading
make
for
history
victory.
Here in the Canadian Motorsports Network. The first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250, Tanton Woolridge is an Oyster Bed Speedway 250 champion.
What a race. The local PEI young phenom gets it done on the big stage and wins the 250. Regan, we're about to see a big party here tonight.
If people even are sane enough to try and stay, sure, I should probably try and stay as professional as possible here for the end. But yeah, there you go. Tanton Woolridge, the number 28 Trevor Lamb Racing late model stock, who has even plenty of fans here in the chat. Tanton Woolridge. Also, he was a villain to some, but he's also a hero to many. And the young phenom gets the job done here in what was an extremely dramatic Oyster Bed Speedway, first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 under the Canadian Motorsports Network Special Events League. And again, Denver, you got the job done with that winner pick. Unfortunately, it looks like put in the wall. Might as well. DJ Casey, my winner pick, I believe, will end up in the 12th position. We'll get to the unofficial results here. We'll try and trust them somehow. But there's the number 28 of Tanton Woolridge celebrating with a caved-in front end, because why the heck not? But how about that for the young phenom out of the Maritime League of Legends Tour, and also with the Super Late Model Series and the East Coast International Pro Stock Tour. Lots of happy people here in the chat for the 28 of Tanton Woolridge. And there's your podium right there. You got a big name getting the job done, and then the Canadian Motorsports Network competitors in the 2nd and 3rd positions in the number 17 of Corbin McCauley and the number 7 of Andy Hurdle. And Denver, I got your message earlier. I think you're free to go.
It's been a long night, but Regan, thanks for letting me tag along here. Um, Congratulations to Tanton Woolridge, and hats off to everyone involved in putting on this great race. Truly was an entertaining and I guess unpredictable race. I don't know if there's a full moon or not, but it sure felt like it. Uh, but start to finish, Tanton Woolridge, he drove a great race. He was up front for a few laps. He battled, then he had to come through the field, did so methodically, and was able to take advantage and be there at the end. He makes history, and the first of many in this Oyster Bed Speedway 250, I'm sure. But the history books remember tonight. It went into Wednesday morning, but Tanton Woolridge gets the job done.
Indeed. So Denver met Ched with the Super Late Model Series as the main media, promotions, marketing, all that blah, blah, blah. Guy, we appreciate having you hop along as a secondary voice, a color commentator with some knowledge and stories with some of the particularly the bigger celebrity names here that showed up for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. And I guess on the media side, we could even argue you as a quote-unquote big celebrity name here as well. But yeah, Denver, thank you very much for being here with us, and hopefully we'll be able to collaborate with you sometime down the line for another Canadian Motorsports Network special event. And of course, I will see you whenever it may be, whenever we work on promoting the Super Late Model Series season finale at Petty International Raceway on September 30th.
Regan, before I peace out, a little ironic, the last race at Oyster Bed Speedway for the Super Late Model Series, it was Tanton Woolridge spotting for race winner Dylan Gosby, and a couple of weeks we'll see if Gosby can wrap up a title, but tonight the party is for the youngster Tanton Woolridge. What a show, and appreciate it again, Regan, and hats off to everyone. Party's on.
Indeed so. Thank you once again. And so with all that being said, I'm going to try and see here if I can get an interview here with the race winner in the number 28 of Tanton Woolridge. Let's see if this will work. Tanton Woolridge, you got a copy?
You there, Regan?
I just got you there. Do you have me?
I sure do, yep.
Alrighty then, Tanton, you are officially the first ever champion of the Oyster Bed Speedway 250, the Canadian Motorsports Network's first ever late model short track special event here tonight. The best way to put it was this was definitely a dramatic race with a lot of learning lessons, a lot of drama, trying to figure things out with timing and scoring, but in the end we were able to finish the race somehow. I mean, quite literally, we finished it into Wednesday morning, so we could argue that this ended up being a Wednesday race basically, but in the end you got the job done. You were able to mentally get to the end there in the number 28 Trevor Lamb Racing late model stock, also sponsoring Lamb Concrete there as well. I'm afraid to ask how it feels knowing what we all just witnessed there and what you just had to go through.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just feeling relieved right now to put Trevor Lamb Racing in victory lane. With the Real Life Pro Stock, we've had a pretty difficult year with luck. Not with speed or with effort or anything like that. It's just been we've had axles break and rear ends go and wires melt together and stuff like that. So it honestly just it's relief to get them a result. And it really wasn't look like we were going to get one. Last night my gas pedal sensor went, and I basically had to relearn how to drive as I had to switch my feet and recalibrate pedals, and essentially I was using my left foot for gas and right foot for brake, and it was a massive learning curve to try and do within about a span of 2 hours. And fortunately we were able to do that. And I moved to university here 2 weeks ago, and living in a dorm. I moved my sim here. I'm now sitting on an upside down garbage can, and my back hurts and my bum hurts, and it's just been a really tough night. And my Wi-Fi isn't as good, and we had to go to the back because our Wi-Fi dropped, and somehow came through. And I mean, the sim got all messed up, and I'm sorry, this is the weirdest interview I think I've ever done, but I'm basically falling asleep in the chair here. As you said, it is Wednesday morning, but I think the biggest feeling is just relief to put TLR and all their sponsors in victory lane, and everybody that stuck by me tonight. I mean, Brent Roy gave me a ton of help trying to help me figure out pedals. So did Travis Roma. Matt Watson for being a spotter, even though I kicked him off to try and get my internet up. And just everybody that put this on, you and Corbin and everybody. Thank you. I'm a little speechless, and I don't really know what to say right now.
Well, you definitely said a lot right there for sure. And yeah, we had to battle through all the difficulties, but we were able to host this and somehow get the job done. And you did your sponsors proud, of course. So I think you already pretty much thanked them all there. Anyways, but it's pretty late. Try to end this off pretty quickly here. Even though this was pretty dramatic, I'll still ask you, is something like this still something that you would look forward to doing down the line if we have plans to do something similar like this, and hopefully maybe a little bit more conservative and something that works with the service?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'd definitely come back. I actually said that to Corbin and the guys, I guess, whenever the race kind of ended. I had a lot of fun tonight, and until that halfway break where we had that 5-minute thing and the pace car kept going around, everything was running really, really smoothly. So I'm not a tech whiz. I'm not a race control guy, but I'm guessing that had something to do with the issues. Until that, this thing was the best iRacing event that I've seen run. I mean, from the social media posts online to the preparation, the single car qualifying, everything was just done perfectly, and you could tell there was a lot of time and stuff put into it by both you and Corbin McCauley, and I think there was a Jared. There's somebody's name started with the J. I know they put a lot of time in. Saw that in the Facebook group. I'd definitely come back. Obviously, it'd be nice if we didn't have basically the sim crash about halfway through, but I ran all the tin stuff, I run the RBR stuff. I try and run as much as I can, so all in all, it translates to the real world. This sim is as close as you can get to the real world, and I think people might understand that if you watch the Gran Turismo movie, how real it can be. And I try and use this sim to get better, to be better in the pro stock, better in the legend car, better in, if I ever get in a sportsman car, ever get in a street stock, whatever it is, I'm open to any and all opportunities. I use it to try and get better. So I'll definitely be back.
Great to hear all that. Great to hear all that. Great to hear all that. So I'm not going to leave you hanging any longer here. I'll let you go get some sleep and go back to school, whatever it may be. I guess technically, quote unquote, later this morning. But anyways, that will do it here for this post-race winner interview for the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250 on iRacing, hosted by us here at the Canadian Motorsports Network. And with the Special Events League, your first ever champion of the 250 is the number 28 Trevor Lamb Racing car, late model stock of number 28, Tanton Wooldridge. Once again, Tanton, congratulations on the victory. And of course, I will say this too, best of luck in your future runs to conclude the season here with, again, the Maritime League of Legends Tour, Super Late Model Series if you do choose to do the season finale. And of course, as well, with the East Coast International Pro Stock Tour, again, if you do choose to run with them. So wherever you may run, best of luck, and end the season off on a high note.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And so with all of that, that will officially pretty much bring this production to close. We didn't get the official results just yet, so I'm going to very quickly go through all of that. There's your winner in the number 28 of Tanton Wooldridge, getting the job done for Trevor Lamb Racing. Corbin McCauley and Andy Hurdle will round out the podium. The number 26 of Brent Roy and number 55 is Scott Negus there in the rounding at the top 5. Ricky Miller 6th, Ty Higginbottom 7th, Troy Burke 8th, and then from there on out, it looks like it's pretty much just the good old iRacing glitches and all that. I'll have to increase the field here. It looks like DJ Casey will get the 9th position, so we'll just toggle this once again. Sean Pierce will round out the top 10. Travis Roma in 11th. Ryan Messer will get 12th. Darcy Ford 13th. Dave Horton 14th. Chris Bingley 15th. Jared Ireland 16th, Caden Tuff 17th, Tyler Doucette 18th, Darcy Cudmore, not Darcy Dark Cudmore, in 19th. And to round it all out, Mark Cox in 20th, swap Kenny McKenzie Jr. and Dan Cudmore. Cudmore 21st, McKenzie Jr. 22nd, Ricky Arbo 23rd, Jason Butler 24th, and rounding out the 25-car field would have been 26th if Danny Chisholm was here, but it might have been a good thing he wasn't. Ryan Myers rounds out the 25-car field here for this first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. So yeah, definitely not an ideal first big event like this that we've hosted here at the Canadian Motorsports Network here on iRacing, but we did the best we could. And let's just say, like, the time trials in qualifying and the heat races and the first half of the 250 were absolutely outstanding before we got to all the timing and scoring stuff. So again, it was a very competitive race, very thrilling whenever there wasn't, any on-track drama. We saw a lot of drivers with winning speed, like Tandem Aldridge, Caden Tubbs, Brent Roy, Ryan Messer, DJ Casey, Corbin McCauley, Jared Ireland. Like, they were all up there. So again, this will be one that many people will be talking about. I would say both positively and negatively. It does look like a lot of our drivers still had some fun despite all the issues that we had, but hopefully if we come back with one of these special events like this ever again with the late model stock or the super late model, whatever it may be, on a short track, hopefully we can try and figure things out to make it a more conservative format and be able to play safe with iRacing's timing and scoring and such. So with all that being said, that does it for the Oyster Bed Speedway 250. And now I guess we can pretty much go on to the promo for what's coming up next, which, let me see when this will be. Tuesday, October 3rd is when we begin this series here, the Dart American Open Wheel Series Season 2 of it, where we're at high-speed ovals, technical road courses, and chaotic street circuits. And we've had drivers saying a lot of good things about us. Hopefully we'll be having the same here from the guys that participate in tonight's Oyster Bed Speedway 250. And of course, again, this is what the schedule will look like. We will have 13 races with 12 tracks. Iowa is only shown there once, but we're going to have a double header there. But yeah, every Tuesday night, beginning around 7 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern, we will have coverage for the Dallara 01 Auto Racing Team Series for Season 2 that we've been... we will have our 11th champion crown, I believe, in all the network. I believe that's what it means right there. But yes, for more information, check out our social media pages across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and here on our YouTube channel, where we broadcast every single Tuesday night when we are racing, of course, with me as the main broadcaster and play-by-play guy, Regan McCauley from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. On behalf of me, Denver, Matt Chet is my color commentator, and the competition committee with the Canadian Motorsports Network, and every driver here that participated tonight. We'd like to thank all of you, the fans, for tuning in to this first big special event, the first annual Oyster Bed Speedway 250. Once again, congratulations to Tanton Woldridge on making history with us here tonight at the virtual South Boston Speedway. Thank you for watching and listening to this live production of Canadian Motorsports Network action with the Special Events League. We will hopefully see a bunch of you in a few weeks' time to begin Season 2 of the Dart Series at Barber on October 3rd, beginning around 7 or 7:30 p.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel. Once again, thank you very much for all of you for making it through all the way till the end of everything that happened. We'll be back better than ever, hopefully. But once again, thank you very much, and have a good one.